is going to be Clein Sarmiento from our university. He originally comes from Colombia, but he did his bachelor in Mexico and then a master here in Kleve at the HSRW, followed now by a master basically in Camp Linford. He is but he's also involved in teaching, and he has been helping us along with the LatiNet project all from the beginning, already in another DAD-funded project, which was called EduNet, where we developed together with the Han University the so-called teaching nuggets, a way where we can involve students more actively into teaching. Clein will probably tell you much more about it, and so I hand the microphone to Clein.
Thank you. Do you have a... Yeah, great. Perfect. All right, thank you very much. Well, as you heard already, I'm Clein Sarmiento. And yeah, today I will be acting like the voice of the team because the project is basically only possible because everybody in the team and because of all of you as well that are here too. So the presentation is called LatiNetPrax, Opportunities and Challenges for Summer Schools with Partner Universities. And yeah, what we will talk about in this presentation is just a little bit of our experience with the last summer schools and the last workshops that we did. And we will discuss just what went well, what could go better, what things we need to notice a little bit more. So just to give you a small introduction on why the whole LatiNet thing started, the whole LatiNet project. So here in the Hochschule Rheinwald, we're a public university, no tuition fees. From the statistics of 2023, we had around 7,000 students, 113 professors, between 4 faculties, as you know, this faculty and the faculty in Kleve. And among those faculties, we have more than 50% of the students with an international background. And that is because more than 75% of our study programs are in English. And that is both in the bachelor and in the master level. And because this is a university of applied sciences, we don't do only research, but we're actually very close to the companies, to the industry, and also to the community. So we basically act also a lot in the development area, but also in the transfer area. So the idea is really to serve as a bridge for the knowledge and basically the industry and the common citizen. So with the whole idea of being an international community, we realized that we did have just a few partners in Latin America. And therefore the project started, the LatiNet. So the idea was to expand the international network in Latin America and, well, in Spanish-speaking countries, more to say it. So because we actually had Latin America and Gran Canarias. And we started with Nicaragua, El Salvador, Colombia, Peru, and the Canary Islands. The activities that we started doing were basically exchange for students, professors, for the research staff. We wanted and we started developing didactic material, as Waltraud said, something called as well teaching nuggets and learning nuggets, which was basically just compressed material that we could easily share, that also a student can easily study like in small seats, so to say it. So we will discuss a little bit later in a further presentation, so that's not the focus right now. Project-based learning was also one of the things that we wanted to accomplish with this project, so to really try to diversify the way that we're learning and not just have like this frontal learning. We aimed at joint research projects with this international community, and of course, the organization and attendance of conferences and workshops. Then LatiNetPrax already started last year, 2024, and it goes for 2 years, 2024 and 2025, and the idea was to include more partners in the network to enhance the interdisciplinary learning, because we actually wanted to have here a stronger focus on internships. As you already know, our university basically has the bachelor programs, and in the bachelor programs, we have a mandatory internship. Because our university has that many percentage of international students, for some of them it was already a challenge to get an internship over here. So we found that like an opportunity for our LatiNet project to basically try to find strategic partners in the partner universities, such that our students could also do the internships over there. And the idea, of course, is that we both benefit from that, so of course we were also offering internships here. And, sorry. And also what we want to do is to develop summer schools together. And that's what we will be talking right now. So summer schools, or this is just a name, they can also be, of course, winter schools. And if we're in Latin America, they're, well, at least near to equator. It really doesn't matter, it's going to be summer always. They have a varying duration, so 1 to 4 weeks. And the idea is basically that you have like focused and concentrated learning, relatively intense. It's a combination of lectures, workshops, hands-on projects. The idea is to have interdisciplinary learning, so basically you try to have some kind of project in mind or a certain goal, and you basically try to solve this challenge together. And there are different ways to do it. For example, you could have you could be awarding credit points, and but you might as well just do it for people that are interested, because you can just handle a certificate at the end, which does not go directly into the credit points. Something that is very, very interesting for the summer schools is basically because this is an international event, the cultural exchange. So it's really interesting as well to have, of course, field trips and cultural activities. So just to have an overview so that we are discussing about the same thing. These are some impressions of the summer schools that, and workshops that we have been doing internationally with our partners. So, for example, in September 2022, we started with workshops in ULSA. And I call those workshops because that was not really a summer school. We were more like in a fact-finding mission over there. And we just took the opportunity, okay, we're already here, and then let's just do out of the box small workshops in data science, for example. And we also did in August of 2023 in Unicaes. Harley and Jan were doing a workshop in IoT and drones. Then in October 2023 in ULL, also IoT workshops. September 2024, we were in Medellin, and we were with the UDLA of the fourth transformation, also called CATA, with Colegio Mayor, Escuela de Ingenieros de Antioquia, and Universidad Nacional. And over there, we basically did like a summer school of technology and environment. And in December 2024, so last year, we were in the University of O'Higgins, where within the Latin American Conference of Robotics, the LACORO, we were doing a set of workshops for several days that were in different topics, for example, the robotic operated system and artificial intelligence on the edge. So these are just some impressions of, so what we were doing on the workshop. So what you see over here is the data science workshop. You can see Harley also lotting with some students, so teaching them how to lot. You see here, this is super interesting because the cultural exchanges also give you an opportunity to get ideas, to also have different kind of exchanges and learning environments. So for example, we see here Waltraud on a science night where they are really on a bar and discussing science. So it's like a science slam. People are in a bar, they are drinking beer, of course, really nice. And you're basically changing the environment, but still you're discussing science. So some opportunities that we see on the summer schools is the reusability of learning material. As you could see in the workshops that I was naming, a lot of them are kind of repeated. So we have Internet of Things, we have drones. Those are things that we know, those are things that we do. So we just need to improve it a little bit, and we can offer the same kind of workshop. And we can basically also relate it to our teaching material, right? By using the network, you can as well just make those workshops and those summer school available, those ideas. The idea is if you then later on, for example, integrate with strategic partners, you can enhance them even more, right? And of course that goes towards, first, you're building contacts, and on the other side, you're as well gaining some substantial experience on the praxis. Something that is really good is that it's an immersive learning environment. So really in a short amount of time, people are learning. So people are, let's say in the course of a week, they are really investing a lot of time to solve something, so it's goal-oriented. We are, of course, benefiting from interdisciplinarity because you're bringing different people in an international community, probably from different backgrounds, to basically solve a common activity, and therefore looking from different perspectives and probably also different research areas. And something very important is that you're also like motivating the synergy between partners. So what you see in these workshops is that basically every time that we visited a country, it was not just us that were there, but we were just acting as ambassadors. So we are over there, and basically we already start getting contact for example, Jaime. He approached us, and he is studying in the University of Potsdam, and he has a very, very nice research in the area of robotics and psychology. And that, for example, lines very good to what the TSAT is doing here. And we already have a link. And this kind of partnerships and this kind of synergies can be identified there, and we can make them happen. So because of the synergies are there, then of course you will have research collaboration maybe happening from there. Something that we discussed also yesterday, quite important in these times, cultural understanding. So you're really improving that cultural understanding, you're enriching yourself with this difference in culturals. The multilingual environment, you could also see it like a challenge, but I actually see it as an opportunity. So you have basically a different community of international researchers, international people working on something, so you have access to investigations in different languages, for example, that you wouldn't be having if you were just tackling a problem alone. And of course, international recognition. I'm pretty sure that right now our university is echoing in a lot of different places in Latin America. So that's something that we really hope that continues growing in this place, and the fact that you're here, it's just a result of this, or it's a proof of this. Challenges that we have encountered. So we have basically a different academic calendar and sometimes also different curricula. So this can be a little bit of a little bit challenging when trying to organize the summer school per se. So we have to basically find timings that go with us. What we could see, for example, is that sometimes we couldn't send a person, that we couldn't go ourselves because it was basically colliding with our lecture schedule or with our examination schedule, or for the partner university the same. So those are some of the things that we need to think about. administrative structures per se. While you're creating the bridges with these universities, or the first contact with the universities, in a lot of Latin American countries, the administrative structure is a little bit more hierarchical, and so it really helps a lot when you're there. So that in itself is a challenge. At the same time, for the summer school per se, is an opportunity as well, because you can basically reach a little bit more. So when you get this like this call or this recognition, it's going to be easier then to connect with other partner universities. Mobility and accommodation, of course, a challenge that we also find a lot here, and I think if we want to organize summer schools here, is something that we need to think about a lot. So how to solve that, especially the part of the accommodation. And for mobility, usually for us it's simpler to go to the other countries because the funding, it's covering the costs. Usually when we're inviting partners to us, it's a little bit more complicated, and we need to find like different solutions for that. So the funding is not all of the time 100%. And also the costs here are higher, so that's definitely a challenge that we have over there. Visa issues we encountered for some of the things, for some of the actions that we had, some of our researchers or students would have to wait basically a lot to get their visa. We have, for example, Camila here, a living example of that, that is doing the internship with us. And in terms of funding, it's challenging basically to have like a sustainable funding, in the sense of, okay, right now we have the LatiNet project is being financed by the DAD, and we have a little bit of collaboration from the other students, but what happens when this ends? Where is this funding going to get? So we need to basically diversify this a little bit, because otherwise this will also be a challenge for the future. Some lessons learned for the things and the activities that we have done, the importance of early planning, institutional commitment, and this institutional commitment goes basically in different ways. We have one example where we wanted to organize a summer school with a university, and really just a few weeks before the summer school happened, everything went apart. And so that was very difficult to deal with, and that leads me to the next point, which is the flexibility in the program design. So fortunately for us, we managed to get in contact with a different partner, so we could organize the summer school over there. We had to live with the hurdles of that, but when the planning is flexible, then you can deal with these kind of problems. The need for continuous dialogue between the partner universities, and we know that that in itself is difficult sometimes even within the same university, so that's definitely something that we need to build, and to basically to create this culture of dialogue. And the importance of retrospective, so basically what went well, what went wrong, what should we do better, and really to have something like what we're asking right now our interns, like tell us, like a retrospective. What if another person would do it again, what would you change? Future directions that we're aiming at. So we want to have some joint course development, at least in certain areas, for example, in the areas of data science, in the areas of geographic information systems, so basically how we can reach with other partners and maybe try to develop material together, but like courses together. In terms of the sustainability of the funding, one thing that could help is basically also more virtual exchange and collaborative online learning. So not everything has to be a presence exchange, so how we can actually virtualize all that. And we're right now aiming and looking at that a little bit. So the hybridization of the models, you can see it right now. We have Harley over there making that possible, but of course, that is a task that is extremely difficult without having the support for it. We are aiming at expanding collaborations, and I heard that we also have some new potential partners also in Argentina, for example. So, and of course, nothing of this would be possible with the partners. So we really are aiming at further engagement in the summer schools, in research, in the conference, with all of the partners, and also with all of our staff in the university, so that we basically can diversify this effort on the internationalization. And I stole this slide from Waltraud, thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you to all the partners.
Thank you very much, Clein, for representing the LatiNet project so well. There are a whole lot of other aspects to it, but 20 minutes limit us, right? Anyway, any questions from the public concerning, yeah, Ali? Thank you. Do you mind talking with the microphone? Otherwise.
Yeah, thank you very much, Clein, for the nice presentation. I have a question regarding the setting up joint educational program. What is the ambitions, the interest from the local partners to really go into it, to set up a joint bachelor, master, vocational degree programs? And how about the fundings, the capacity and capabilities of like infrastructures, labs, staffs, etc., etc.? Maybe it's too much, but some highlights maybe. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Yeah, so right now in the university, we're also ongoing on, yeah, we need to be sustainable with whatever we want to create. So these joint programs should also kind of match what we already have, because we cannot get like extra, like an extra master or like an extra bachelor. That would be right now very difficult for the faculty per se, that's locally. So we just need to try to fit it with the resources that we have right now. So ideally would be, for example, from the other side. Okay, so from the other side we have, for example, a lot of different partners that are just starting to do masters, or that are just starting with certain programs. One of the challenges that we get with some of them is the language. So they are just starting to introduce English in the masters, or they are just starting to introduce English in the PhDs, and therefore we need to find ways to make that available so that we can speak the same language, so to say it. And therefore also it's a very good opportunity for the virtualization. So where we can basically offer these kind of programs, and then on a post-processing step, for example, offer translations.
Yeah, also thank you very much for your nice talk. And could you say a little bit more what you mean with immersive learning environment?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, what I mean by immersive learning environment is that usually in a summer school, the time that people are dedicating to solving that task is like it's full time, so to say it. In a regular lecture or in a frontal lecture, they're going to a lecture for 3 hours a week or something like that. And with a summer school, you have a challenge, you have maybe a strategic partner that is basically giving you a task. One example is, I don't know, let's take one of the, or we want to detect the position of ships because you want to use them as an alarm for wolf attacks, for example. And then with that in mind, you already start creating like real world laboratories where students are going to be working constantly on that on a very short amount of time. So they have to dedicate a lot, and that's what I mean by immersive environment.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much, Clein, for this wonderful presentation. I'll do the next. Now, our next speaker is going to be Niko Maas, and we missed it right now. I just wanted to show the logo, but doesn't matter. Anyway, he is a development engineer with a strong background in mechatronics with our strategic partner, ITQ, who has been working with us for quite a while in very different initiatives. They participated in our interdisciplinary projects, for example, in several of them. They took students out from the Rhein-Waal University after the interdisciplinary project to their Makeathons on Gran Canaria, which are a worldwide activity basically, with, I guess, more than 200 participants or even more.
I will show.
Correct me on that. Even though at the time it's growing, every year it's growing, right? And they also helped us with our fact-finding mission to Gran Canaria, because ITQ is not only represented here in this region, but they also have a sede, whatever that is in English again, in Gran Canaria. Now I'm getting into Spanish. And thus they helped us organize the entire trip. We had meetings with the society, with different NGOs, with different learning institutions, of course with the university too, and they really helped us a lot with their great connections on the island. They also worked, for a time, we also worked with our farm bot, that we have basically in the greenhouse right now. I hope you're going to pay a visit to it. And they also have a farm bot installed in Gran Canaria, for example, and even a partner in Colombia. The Universidad de los Andes also had a farm bot installed, and then we could exchange and interchange ideas and so forth. So we are very happy to have this strategic partner. Strategic partners play a big role in our program and at our university, because we want to prepare the students for the global working market. And it also means we need to worry about the future. We do not have enough students in STEM education, and ITQ is also involving themselves into this element for a good future.
Thank you very much. Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Niko Maas. I'm from ITQ, as you can see, and from the nice introduction you have already heard, I'm an engineer. And yeah, my topic today is about STEM education initiatives and how does that work. I'm an engineer working for a company, but I'm talking about education initiatives. Yeah, that basically is yeah, part of our mission. Our mission in this case is how to infect young talents with the tech virus, and that is for a reason, because we have a problem. At least in Germany, we have a big problem. If you have a look at the birth rates in the last 60 years, you can see really good. There is a, I think the pointer doesn't work here. There's a high peak here in the 60s. You can see we have a lot of workers still working, born in that time. But now we are 60 to 65 years later, and these workers will leave the working market at least. So we have a lack of skilled workers on the one hand, and if you have a look at the other hand, yeah, the competences regarding STEM decreased in the last years. So we will lose workers, and the workers we get on the market are less trained regarding STEM subjects. So that is our problem. So we as a company see that we have to solve it somehow. And how we want to solve it and how we try to tackle that challenge, I will present in the next slides. But first of all, who is we? You've seen already this logo on the slide, on the last slide with the partners. We, that is a group of 3 companies with the same founder. It's Dr. Rainer Stetter. Some of you might know him. He founded more than one company. He's quite good in this. And in total, we are around 200 people from, you can see, 30 countries, which is, I think, for 200 people, it's a really good number. And additionally, 1/3 is still in education. That means they are trainees, they are working students, but they're doing the same job as us engineers that are ready with their education, or at least the official part. So that means we have a quite young average as well. As you can see, I'm one of the older ones. But in total, we are a quite young, flexible, and agile team. So said that. What is the working field we're working on usually? Usually our main part is consulting and engineering, software and systems engineering in the industry field, mechanical engineering, somewhere around Germany. And this picture is quite symptomatic for this industry. Mechatronics as a word that is quite new, in Mainz is quite new, is always seen, or is often seen, as just a combination of mechanics and electronics, and this is still the case in many companies. And so this means you have somehow in the minds of the big bosses, of the ones that make decisions, you have a machine and you need just more to make that work, you need software. So you have a machine with software. But that's not the case. If you have a greater view on that, if you have a better look, you will see mechatronics is just a combination, but the outer combination, the integrational part of the different disciplines. So it makes it very interdisciplinary, and we try to help companies with this transformation from the left to the right, and try to bring that into the minds of companies. That is how we earn our money. And you can see we do that in the part we earn our money with engineers and with managers. With engineers, it's complex. They are very skilled in most cases. They have a strong opinion. How does it have to work, and what is the point of this function, and so on. And with managers, it's a little bit more from the overview part. You can have workshops, awareness trainings with managers, where you give them kind of toys like Lego Mindstorms, for example, where they put together some bricks. And since most of the case they are mechanical engineers, or from their education they are mechanical engineers, they say, well, the machine is ready, all that's left is software, and that doesn't work. And so we give them some trainings, some workshops where they have to build this software and see in the end, it would have been better to think before about software, about electronics, about sensors, about actors, before we think about hardware and mechanics. And this part we're earning our money with, and the same that we do here with the management, we can do here with children, because it's absolutely the same. If you talk to managers, or if you talk to children, pupils, in a quite young age, it sounds a little bit funny, but it's quite the same techniques, quite the same slides you can show, quite the same tools you use. You can see here, we do this with the Lego robots as well. This is very interesting. So we can combine it. We have a synergy here with the management and the children and pupils, and the same we do with engineers part and trainees and students. It's from a higher complexity level, but it's basically the same. And how we do that, there was once an idea in 2016 from our founder, Dr. Rainer Stetter, who wanted to be on Gran Canaria, basically. So that was the main idea. But how to do that in a good way that can combine with things that you do that have an outcome for the world, for everything that gave a good reason to be there, is the idea of making Gran Canaria a smart and green demonstrator. we wanted to demonstrate that climate neutral life and future technology goes hand in hand. And that was the starting point for our big makeathons. And yeah, what is a makeathon in that case? I think some of you have heard it. I know at least one has attended one, especially on Gran Canaria. Some of you might know the word hackathon from the IT field. A makeathon is basically a project squeezed into just a few days. You have a whole project. You have to start from scratch. You have challenges like demonstrate a solution to a real problem. Like we have too much garbage here. What can we do? For example, a solution could be gather that garbage with a robot, or make some nice parts out of it automatically. Or the challenge could be turn an idea into a prototype. So kind of real problems, and there has to be an output in the end. And you have just 4 days. So keep in mind, you have limits. You have 4 days of time. You have limited resources, because if you just have 4 days, you cannot order your parts in China. Could be a problem. You have limited money, of course, as you have always in life. And you have to start from scratch. And doing all that in 4 days needs 100% focus and daily pitches. So we have student groups working on different projects. They have 4 days just working on this project, presenting every day what they have done, what they want to do the next days, and what the output will be. And in the end, there has to be a prototype. So it's kind of a summer school, a project-based summer school, but really, really short. And for that, you have to use your eyes, not your eyes, but your eyes. It's very interdisciplinary. It's very intercultural. It's international. At least these events are very international. I will give you some numbers later on. You have to improvise a lot, because yeah, if you just have 4 days, you cannot wait more than 1 or 2 hours for the next part. You have to make it happen somehow. So kind of interesting learning concept. And we want to tackle all these challenges I have just said on the slide before, the climate neutral life, the technology, smart and green, and all that, with just these education activities, which is challenging. Yeah, some numbers. Last year, I think it was the biggest makeathon we ever did. It was a whole event. The makeathon was one part of this whole event. There was a conference for scientists, a scientific conference. The Eurocast was in that time on the island, in the same place, or more or less the same place, Las Palmas and Gran Canaria. We had the makeathon that I just talked about, and we have educational workshops for even younger talents to infect them with the STEM virus. And in total, we had more than 1,000 participants in just 4 days. Challenging, but a really cool event. And yeah, we just talked about, it's a growing event. 2016, we started with this idea, we want to be on Gran Canaria, we want to do good stuff. And then it started with around about 50 people participating at this makeathon. And it grew. Then we had some problems in these years, you can still remember, I think, with this pandemic situation. But the trend, yeah, we followed the trend, and then finally last year we had more than 1,000 participants in this makeathon. So we have good reach out to the young talents, to the sponsors, to scientists, and so on, which makes us very happy. Some more numbers. Just the makeathon, so the middle part you've just seen. So close to 600 participants with a makeathon from close to 50 countries. Impressive numbers. We had just the young talents, not the sponsors, helpers, and so on, were 379 young talents from 70 universities and schools. So a huge event, so squeezed in a very short time, but a lot of participants. And this would not be possible without our sponsors. You can see here, and that I think it's a very important, has a very important role. We as a company, we have some problems with public funding, as you can imagine. We cannot do it on our own. We need sponsors, we need helpers, and we need universities, we need schools, we need parts of the industry, and you can see here our sponsors that helped us in having this makeathon. Yeah, one more slide with numbers. You can see the interdisciplinarity here quite good, I think. These are all different fields of studies. On the right, you see the engineering part. Here's some more business administration, business management, and so on. And we even have, I think, somewhere here, it's chemical engineering, aerospace, medical, so a variety of different disciplines taking part, which makes it, on the one hand, challenging, but on the other hand, very, very interesting and intercultural, interdisciplinary, so all the I's I just told. Some impressions. You can see here bigger picture from the opening speech, and here this is our founder, Dr. Rainer Stetter. He invented all that stuff, and it has some impact on politics as well. You can see Bettina Stark-Watzinger, a member of the German Parliament. You can see this is Thomas Sattelberger. I don't know if you know him. Some of you might possibly know him. Quite important person regarding STEM activities in politics way. So it has impact on politics if you have this kind of events. Yeah, the outcome, technological side, what are the products of these makeathons? For example, we have here a kind of, it looks like a do-it-yourself solution, but you just have 4 days. You can do these do-it-yourself solutions. For battery recycling, you have the IGOS robot in an application that is able to harvest single bananas from the plants, which would not be possible in an economic way if you do it by hand. And we have, for example, we have these smart farming solutions, everything just invented in 4 days by small groups. You can see the groups up here on the makeathon. One more thing that is quite interesting from here, with a group of students of this university, we built an electrified tractor together with a hydrogen range extender. You can see the hydrogen bottle right here. It actually was able to drive, and it all worked in the end, and that all just in 4 days, which yeah, I think it's very impressive and it's hard work for the students. And this project will be followed. We are just following right now, and yeah, trying to support there with a more professional solution that we carry out here in the region. Last numbers, yeah, impact on media, which I think the numbers talk themselves. For example, more than 1 million new followers, more than 2 million views on online formats. Yeah, you cannot ignore this educational event. We do it all over the world as well. This is not the only one. We have on Makeathon, it's the biggest one, but we started small. We will do small makeathons as well. We have the makeathons in Germany on different trade fairs. I think the last one was in November. We have it in Colombia, as already said. We had makeathons in China as well, in Tunisia, in Botswana. So I think we're done with the continents. Just Australia is missing. Any ideas are welcome. And what's the outcome of this kind of events? So we have the different groups who bring together. We have the students or trainees or the participants. For them, it's always it is fun. It makes fun, which is very good. They can tell their colleagues, and they will attend again. It was challenging, which is very good from the educational side, and we learned a lot as well. Educational, very good. We have the sponsors. Without the sponsors, this would not be possible. They have some different view on these makeathons. They want to find possible applicants. They want to expand their network, and they did. And they, of course, the guys that are there want to have fun, and that worked again. And quite new to that makeathons are the pupils that can see the products from the makeathon, can see the working. They saw robotic is cool and makes fun, and we can combine this thinking of smart and green with technology, which is our mission. And with just this event, we developed more than 1,000 new STEM enthusiasts, which is an impressive number, and I would say mission accomplished. And if you'd like to join, if you'd like to help in any way, be part of the network with the Makeathon, feel free to contact me or us, me on the left side, us with the Makeathon email address. We would be happy to integrate as many as possible. We're doing these Makeathons all over the world. If there's any connection, feel free to contact us. Thank you.
Are there any questions? I give Ali the phone first, and then the phone.
Thank you for your very nice presentation. Impressive, really, with all the resource impacts and the outcome. One question regarding this, for example, 4 days Makeathon that you have, how much is the cost and who pays? Of course, you mentioned the sponsors. Yeah.
Oh, the cost is one point. We wouldn't do it if we just have a view on the costs. So said that, the cost is somewhere in it's a 6-digit number, but it's this year we managed to cover this mostly by the sponsors. We put in our work, so we cannot work for our paying customers in that time. The rough overview, it's a 6-digit number in this size. We had a Makeathon at the SPS in Nuremberg as well in last November. There was less costs, of course. We had 2 people, preparation 2 weeks, and one being there as a moderator. This is for us was okay. We have the sponsors that bring their own members. So the costs differ, depends on the size. What was the second question?
The cost and who pays for the organizations, or like the schools for the children and families, or the
Yeah, the payment is done with the sponsoring, of course. They have a benefit from it, and that is why they come there. They can have applicants. They do their recruiting over there, and they have a quite high quality in recruiting. I think at least one of the companies told us we had 10 applications, and now we have 9 new workers, which is a rate you can never have with classic recruitment. So sponsoring is a lot that pays for it, and in the end, we pay for the pupils' workshops because we have the teachers, the workshop executors, and so on. So this is for payment.
Thank you, Niko. That's very impressive, and the logistics behind this, right, and your fantastic networks, it's really impressive. I have 2 questions. One is, first of all, so your aim when you work with schools and pupils is to foster STEM. Are you somehow measuring the impact? So do you somehow track the career of the young pupils to see whether they in the end maybe change their mind or decide for a STEM career? That's the first question. And the second question I have, the Smart Green Island idea of the Canary Islands, or Gran Canaria at least. Are you following a participatory approach? Are you also working with, let's say, local governments and also with the municipalities and the inhabitants of the Canary Islands? And so how are you basically including them?
Thank you for the question. Very interesting. First part regarding our STEM measurement. Whom did we convince? We get feedbacks after our workshops, after our events. We send feedback, or we ask for feedback actively, and there is an amount of participants that actually decides based on that that they want to focus on STEM studies or trainees or something, but an actual number we do not have. If there's someone who wants to help us tracking that, we are really open to that. Could be very helpful because we do not track. We have a different seeing on that because we are a company. These numbers could be important in the end for funding, for official funding, so would be very helpful if we can find a synergy. With Gran Canaria, the local integration, it's in the one year it's better, in the other year it's working somehow. We have different parts of the islands where we have the integration. At the moment there's the Sergio Alonso Foundation. They focus a little bit more on the pupils' view. The education part from the Makeathon is 100% of locals. The pupils are all the pupils there come from the islands, not only from Gran Canaria, also from Tenerife, and so on. And with the activities, with the challenges, there are some challenges that are actually local. For example, this banana challenge I just showed is a local banana planting farm that was combined with it. We always try to have these regional local projects, but due to the strong touristic background, it's very hard. So if there are contacts somehow, if there are opportunities, feel free to contact us. Yeah, we're always looking for opportunities for having local challenges.
So you should definitely talk to Antonio. I think he has a question, right?
Thank you. From that, just to tell you that actually it is very well known among the secondary school community, you know, the Megaton in Tenerife. So it's, you know, the word are spread. One question, how was the response of the local educational authorities? I mean, from Gran Canaria and also from the Canary Islands. Do you have any, you know, help from them?
Thank you. Yeah, we have actually the pupils that come to this Makeathon come from different schools from the islands. So we have actually the contacts via, I don't know if you know Naira from, via Naira we have the connections to different schools. And I'm not deep into that school's topic there with the organizational part because that is more from our Gran Canaria settlement. So yeah, there are connections, and all the pupil groups, they were coming from the different schools from the islands.
Next year you should move to Tenerife.
We can talk.
Thank you. I was wondering who creates the challenges? It's somewhat related, and I learned that there was this one organization. And what would you say about the quality of the output? Is there any sustainable form of using the outcomes?
Thank you for the question. The challenges are created by different partners. Some challenges are created by universities, as for example the electrified tractor. Every platinum sponsor has, and the gold sponsor has the right to hand in a challenge that is presented in the opening speech. We have to give them something to get something back from that, of course. So the challenges come from everyone who is participating in the end. We have more advertisement for the sponsors, of course, because we are earning money with it, or we cover the costs for this. From the sustainability view, yeah, some ideas from there never happen. I'm honest in that. So that is for these. It's just an educational event. But other ideas, for example, as I just said, the electrified tractor, we keep on that topic at the moment. We are actually we are planning to have kind of Makeathon in round about 1 year here, where another electrified tractor who gets a range extender or hydrogen range extender. Yeah, and for the other challenges, is always. Depends on the challenge. There are challenges from the sponsors that will focused on later internally with the company. There are some challenges that never happen. So every challenge different.
think we're running a little bit late. Is there one last question? Okay, everybody wants coffee. Thank you very much for your presentation. Okay, folks, time is over. Get back to work, everybody. We are just so eager to hear the next speaker. As we like to involve students in teaching and so forth, and also as supervisors of more trained students who are supervisors of students, I hand over the microphone right now to Fatjona, who is one of
Hello, everyone.
student supervisors.
Okay, so I will continue to present the speakers for today. And our next speaker is Magdalena. Magdalena is a coordinator project of LatiNet. She also is leading a project in environmental nitrate with the DBU funded project actually. Magdalena has been working across multiple countries, so which is very important, and she puts global perspective in her work. Today she's going to present Personas can clarify complex topics in ESD, gamification strategies for nitrate pollution.
Thank you, Fatjona. Well, nobody told you, or told me in this case, that it's not good to organize a conference and a presentation and a workshop at the same time. So you will see me a lot less stressed in the next few days. I'll wait for my presentation to be uploaded. A lot of what I'm presenting today is basically the study that we did in the Nitrate Scouts project. Ah, there it is. So the Nitrate Scouts project, the idea is, bless you, to develop participatively learning and teaching modules for nitrate pollution. Nitrate pollution is a pretty big... Do we have a pointer? Yes. Thank you. So nitrate pollution is a pretty big problem in Germany, which we'll get into. But first I want to mention some people that sadly can't be here. So among them, of course, Daniela Luth, who was the supervisor of the Nitrate Scouts project. And then we have our supervisor of the game thesis, which I'll be explaining a bit later, Jan Eichner, Mr. Chabuta, and Mr. Atala. And I'll be explaining what they did because they were our students, bachelor students, and they contributed a lot to the study. But first we're going to dive into the Nitrate Scouts project. This project was financed between 2022 and 2024. And, well, as I said, the idea was we want to really explain the topic of nitrate in groundwater, which in Germany is a very big topic. We have a lot of agriculture, and therefore we also have a lot of fertilizer use. And that fertilizer does go into the groundwater, which presents us with a lot of problems. Nitrate in groundwater can be bad for human health. Of course, in Germany, the tap water is very, very well regulated. Nevertheless, of course, we don't want nitrate to be in the groundwater too much. That does pose a big risk, not just for our human health, but also even for the health of the ecosystem, even up to the point when it comes into water, for example, lakes or oceans, where it can create algal blooms. We all know about that, I think, I hope. If not, you can ask me about it. So, we have the participative development of teaching materials that I had mentioned. And why do we want to do that? Because it's a very complex topic, and it's not a topic that you can very easily explain. And we had 3 different ways to try to tackle this problem. It was digital methods, environmental interrelationships, and transformation and impact. And those are nice words, but what does that mean? It means this. These were some of the digital methods that we developed in the project. So we had one student who was developing a map. This was Sashina Mishane. Then we had some really cool Excel visualizations, basically like a low effort tool that you can just upload onto any computer, and you don't even need internet or anything like that for it to work, which were really cool. You could kind of play around with the years, with the locations, and really see like the nitrate levels changing. And then this was further developed by Kamaraj Regmi. This was Irmgard Buder, also a master student with us. And Kamaraj Regmi, he did an online dashboard, basically following the Excel sheet, which was both very cool. The data was the high-risk data that is publicly available, but it's in a format that isn't very easy to deal with. So in terms of our environmental interrelationships, we had several different modules, for example, taking water samples, experimental raised beds, and I forgot the title for our 3D printed microscopes, which were very cool. The experimental raised beds are outside, so if we get the chance, maybe we can see them in the garden. And we had the transformation and impact, which is kind of what we're delving deeper into today. So this was, we started with a Gemüsemarktspiel, so basically a vegetable market game with differently weighed sacks depending on which type of like biological or conventional farming methods. Then we have the groundwater game. So this is the game on top, which we will be going into also in our workshop. We will get to play it today, which is going to be very fun. And we also have the online version of the groundwater game, which was the groundwater game itself was made by Mr. Ayala, and the online groundwater game was made by Mr. Chabucha. So we've already kind of gone into nitrate leaching, but there is an increased pressure in Germany to really prevent nitrate leaching, which is done by obviously introducing less fertilizer, but also by reducing fallow land through, for example, catch crops, flower strips between fields, etc. And this project, this topic really involves many different actors with different perspectives, and it's a very complex and abstract topic. What is nitrate? Explain to a small child what a nitrate molecule is, why it's even important. So that was kind of the challenge. Nitrate contamination is not visible unless you test it. You can't really be like, look, there's nitrate. Obviously, if it's in a lake, you can maybe explain to them that there's a eutrophication effect, etc., but usually you can't see it. And the viewpoints on this topic also differ very, very widely. There is a very big need for moderated social dialogue with the relevant actors, and farmers often feel vilified in all of this because they feel like their perspective is not taken into account. So with all of this, we looked at education for sustainable development. Basically, the idea is that you want to develop or make sustainable thinking patterns in students or learners be more, well, approachable and be something that they themselves adopt. This is called Gestaltungskompetenz. And the best way to do this is with easily understandable topics. You get a very socially engaging reaction. And it has been shown that complex topics actually increase the likelihood to justify socially irresponsible actions because they're very complex. They're not as easy to understand and deal with. So that's where gamification comes in. This is engaging in accessible teaching for a variety of audiences of different ages, gender, whatever. And another added action to this are the personas. I will explain later why we even use them. These come from usability design. They basically are supposed to introduce nuanced perspectives on an issue in simplified characters of user types. And they're supposed to represent their characteristics goals and behaviors in a simplified but not stereotyped way, which you can imagine is a bit difficult. So the aim of the study was to discover which aspects of this persona development really kind of match education for sustainable development. So we developed the game. I'll try to, I don't know how I am with time, but I'll try to shorten it down. Basically, the game development was done through several different workshops, interviews, surveys. Participative development of this game was done in many different stages with many different actor groups. And the idea was to mirror real-life farming practices. So, for example, we introduced catch crops after successful harvest, differences in the groundwater table between winter and summer season, crop rotations, crop harvest seasons, many more. Actually, this game is quite complex. It's super fun, I really love it, but it is quite complex to kind of show a bit more like a representation of the real farming world. So we have game development, so interviews, workshops, surveys with different stakeholders. And the conflict of interests between the different stakeholders were partially kind of acknowledged by players, but we felt like there was something missing. We felt like role-play elements needed more kind of development. So we created the personas. You can see here, here we're developing the game. It's a bit difficult to see maybe, but there's big differences between these two games. We have the different groundwater tables, etc. And this was to 2023. Here at the conference, we made a workshop on personas. We asked about different persona profiles, and we also brought the game to several events, and obviously in workshop with actors themselves. And we had interviews with several different actors where we really had asked them very specific questions on the game, etc. Okay, so these are our personas. That's our water supplier, Rolf, farmer Peter, consumer, civil servant, and environmental scientists. They're basically key actors in the whole topic of nitrate contaminations. And they were developed through all of what I said. So, what on earth did they add to the game design? Why did we add them to something that's already kind of complex? Well, you are supposed to choose, like each group will choose one persona. And the gameplay is groups play against each other. So the type of persona that is chosen establishes the gameplay. You will see there's only one persona here, or one persona couple, where you really are doing a competitive mode. And that's the farmer and the civil servant. The others are either cooperative, so like I call it forced cooperative, or forced, or you have the choice. So a lot of these you will have the choice, like, well, learners have the choice to either play cooperative mode or competitive mode. So each group then, after got one of these little tables, asking how realistic the persona is, how stereotyping, whether they reflect the real person, and how connected they feel towards this persona. We did an ANOVA test, and we saw that most of the people that had a cooperative gameplay, the cooperative gameplay also actually allows players to have basically 3 jokers. We will look at this later. But the competitive gameplay was actually very, very popular. So whenever the players could choose a competitive gameplay, in all except one cases, they would choose the competitive one. And there was one forced competitive gameplay. Also very interesting, most players always chose the farmer. Since there's 2 groups and only one group can choose the farmer, let's say, and the second group would then not be able to choose the farmer, we don't know exactly how many groups would have always chosen the farmer, but I can tell you from experience, most of them wanted the farmer immediately. And then looking at the general results, we have, well, for our 4 questions, we have basically a certain neutral position in terms of stereotyping. It did differ a bit between personas and gender. Then in terms of how realistic the representation of the persona is, there were significant differences between the personas, between the personas, especially when we look at the consumer. You can see that there was a description of the consumer as less realistic. In terms of connectedness, so how connected people felt to the personas, there was a tendency to a neutral answer, and there was a big difference between genders. So you can see here, male and female in various of the personas had a significant difference in terms of how connected they felt to the persona. There were no significant differences on how well it depicts the real person, but the responses show that it's a relatively good representation of a real person. Well, most respondents said that they felt it was a good representation. And at Haus Rijswijk, which is our agricultural learning center in Kleve, we had 2 groups, and they independently also chose the farmer and consumer persona every time. And they had a very positive overall reception of Peter, the farmer. And the consumer was perceived as realistic representation. The farmer group was a very interesting group because they are a bit older. Most of the students that we played this with were between 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. So, what have we learned from this? First of all, competition is a very desired part of the gameplay. So we actually, even in cooperative mode, we would tally the game scores at the end in order to really be able to tell especially the children and young learners, to tell them which group had won. But that also shows that nitrate was seen as an important part of the game score. And all of them understood that nitrate getting into the groundwater was a bad thing. Most groups chose the farmer, potentially from external factors such as the picture or the name, Peter, but probably also because they felt he was more familiar or relevant to the topic. Haus Rijswijk learners chose farmer and consumer, which might be most relevant to their lived experience, so they just chose whatever they felt was most connected to them. This is very nice because farmers are key actors in sustainable development. So the farmer being so popular, not just with Haus Rijswijk learners, but also in general with his students, is a very positive thing. And the consumer saw most differences between the questions. They probably felt most related to the consumer and therefore answered not as in terms of how they perceive the persona, but how they perceive themselves. At least that's what we theorize. And the consumer, shows the need to strengthen the learner's role in a game as well. So in general, the persona approach matches education for sustainable development, and it can show the experience of viewpoint of different actors without adding complexity or being perceived as unrealistic. And being perceived as and therefore it can be very useful in multifaceted topics. And the further studies would be really interesting, for example, in serious games, especially in the digitalization. The digital form of this game was very, very popular, and many people gravitated towards this one more. The long-term effects on sustainability behavior would also be a very interesting thing to look at. So whether or not this can change consumer behavior in the end. Well, those are my references, and thank you very much.
question, I guess. Thank you, Magdalena. Our next speaker is Kathrin Smolarczyk. Oh, I did ask, but oh, sorry. Sure. Please.
Yeah, the gamification strategy is really interesting. What I consider also to, as you said, to tackle complex problems where there tends to be a lot of irresponsibility. Another similar topic, for example, is conservation. When you're trying to deal with communities and there are several interests, it's very easy to sit in the city and say, okay, we have to conserve. But once you start getting into the field, you start realizing there are conflicting interests. However, one thing that I always have, let's say, a prejudice against these games is the fact that role assigning, and especially when it comes to relationships between the groups, that's when you start saying, for example, I was immediately thinking before you explained in the last part, the relationship between the regulator, let's say, and the farmer is competitive. However, depending on what type of interactions you have, you might have other types of competitive interactions also coming up. How can one try to create a more realistic game where the complexities of these interactions show up? Because I know it's a nice first effort, but how can we express those complexities?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It is really interesting because obviously we don't want to add too much of complexity on top of an already complex game. The different interrelationships between the personas were actually a bit critically viewed also in our group. We had been thinking whether or not that could actually foster like negative dynamics, which is why we only explained the interactions between the personas after a persona had been chosen. And each persona, I think it wasn't, I didn't quite explain the persona cards. There. But they have different motives, relationships, impact, wishes, and discontentments. So of course, those are also already kind of potentially pointing in one direction, but in general, they're supposed to be more of a, let's say, kind of overview over different actors in the area. So the relationship between them isn't directly obvious from looking at the cards necessarily, especially for smaller children, and therefore we try to minimize the kind of direct relationships between the personas until after they saw after they chose the personas themselves.
Thank you very much for the talk. I really enjoyed it. One thing that I directly start to wonder about again is about the real power of the consumer and how much the power lies at the consumer or how much the consumer is just influenced by its environment, by advertisement, media, the social surroundings, and whether it makes sense to have the consumer as an active actor in such a game, or whether it should rather be a more passive role that's shoved around by society around it.
Yes, Yes, that's also a really interesting question, which is also something that we had thought of. The consumer obviously is also something where if you ask a question, are we consumers? Are you a consumer? Everyone will answer with yes. So even a farmer, in a way, is a consumer. Every single persona here is a consumer. So yes, the idea of a consumer being in all of those interrelationships already, and I do disagree a bit with, I do think the consumer has more of a role than just kind of being shoved around by political or societal pressures. Consumers do also have a direct action. Of course, not as an individual per se. However, consumer action does show differences in society. For example, we do have a, let's say, a larger amount of people that, for example, consume less meat products. Sadly, that trend is apparently reversing a bit in younger people. However, those kinds of things can also shape, for example, whether or not some products on the market are more or less interesting. Of course, a consumer is always very much influenced by societal pressure and by politics, but so are all of the other personas. So, for example, a farmer is very much influenced by the society, but also especially by political pressures, etc., by the weather. So is the civil servant. So I think we could make that argument for most of these persons. I hope that answers. Okay.
Thank you, Magdalena. Okay, our next speaker is Kathrin, finally. Okay, don't forget to buy Magdalena's book then. Kathrin is a research associate here in our university, Rheinval, but she's also a doctoral candidate in the University of Erlangen, Nuremberg, actually. Her work focuses mostly on youth empowerment through creativity in FabLabs and Makerspaces. Please, Kathrin.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, we've seen a few statistics before, thank you, about how we're losing the workforce, the boomer generation, but we didn't highlight how we're not using the workforce we have right now, and mostly those are girls and children from low socioeconomic backgrounds. So I'm focusing how to find settings or create settings where those people, those children and youth can also thrive and create a sustainable future. And we do all this in a project funded by the Ministry of Education and Research in our project environment, together with Magdalena Virgo, who cannot be here, unfortunately today, and Rolf Becker, there in the back at his laptop. Yeah, and why this? The OECD Learning Compass features student agency as a key component. What does agency mean? Agency means students have the will and the ability to positively influence their own lives and the world around them. And this is an attitude we need for children and youth in, especially nowadays. Maker activities, everything you see in FabLabs, Makerspaces, everything revolving around 3D printers, laser cutters and stuff, have the perfect potential to empower children and increase their abilities to participate and shape the society, because they are very easy to learn and they have many, many different opportunities for children to have them be active protagonists and not just passive consumers. So I'm, as an educational researcher, as a doctoral candidate in psychology, are coming from a different perspective. I'm not about all the technical stuff. I'm about everything that revolves around the setting, around the psychology behind it. And this is what I want to present to you today. And this is what making activities are. They are designing, building, modifying, repurposing material objects for playful ends, so just to have fun, or useful ends, for example, in a makeathon or somewhere where you're really coming up with good ideas, towards making a product or something that can be used, interacted with, or demonstrated, just to provide you with a quick definition. FabLabs and Makerspaces like this one here, most of the research I'm doing is taking place in this wonderful space here, are offering particular potential for those empowerment processes, as informal learning or non-formal learning, like learning besides school, is supportive, unstructured, intrinsically motivated, so the children come with their intrinsic motivation, it's voluntary, it's learner-led, and it's not evaluated, you don't get any grades or whatsoever. and it's non-sequential, so you can provide with your own tempo, you can choose your own goals. However, especially in leisure settings, there are underlying beliefs like attitudes, subjective norms, self-efficacy. Am I good enough to do this? Am I talented enough to do this, especially with girls? Which is just preventing them to join such settings. So we need different approaches. And moreover, many people working in such spaces are well-versed in engineering and technical stuff, but less experienced how to cooperate with children on a project-based learning environment and how to guide them and prompt their creativity. So this is what I was focusing on. In research, there's a claim that there is a really big need to explore those open-ended informal FabLabs contexts, because there's a lot of research going on in strict FabLab workshop settings, but not in this open, come and do what you want settings. So this is what we were trying to do, to create methods how to support instructors in such settings. From a psychological point of view, I was focusing on how to include features of the self-determination theory. This is one of the biggest psychological theories, which is very proven for different leisure contexts in sports, in arts, whatsoever. Not yet as much for the context of FabLabs. How can they be integrated? How can design thinking approaches support children to generate their ideas? And how can the instructors be instructed to help the children? And can a co-creative developed intervention lead to children creating products, like being successful in these interventions? And this is for me the most important part, voluntarily continue their engagement, like keep coming, keep doing stuff here. All this is based on many different interviews and focus group studies with teachers, with around 60 children from 1.5 years ago, and with different people from Makerspaces and FabLabs, which I talked to, and we all put this together into a big intervention. We conducted this study here in the last year in the form of 3 workshop series. Every workshop series consisted of 4 appointments over 4 weeks for 3 hours. And we had in total 66 children, 58% were male, 39 female, 3 didn't declare the gender. We had an age about 11, from 9 to 13. And 38% reported that at least one parent had completed the German Abitur. This is an A level. So we say this is like an academic background in German, and 39% reported a migrant background. This was defined as being born in another country or having at least one parent being born in another country. So we had a pretty nicely mixed group of children, and we did many different methods of data collection, pre and post questionnaires, photographs of the worksheets, of the design artifacts, field notes, group discussions with the team. We also had in one cycle children involved in our research team, they themselves taking notes, discussing with us. And yeah, I want to focus on the practical results. But first of all, one quick view for the overall research approach. We approached with a design-based research. This means that you come up with an intervention based on interviews and different insights from experts and the actual state of research. And then we had 3 cycles. You see, we started in February with 1 workshop series. Then we had 4 appointments for an open lab to see if they come, what will they do, are they engaged? And then you have an analysis and redesign, and then you have an implementation again. So you have a really iterative approach over the course of like more than half a year. And about the results, I will focus on 3 big things. I will just give you a quick overview. How can we facilitate those creative processes? This is one of the most important part. Then we will focus on how can we implement autonomy, and these are many buzzwords, but I want to show you different examples how we actually did it, and maybe you can take some of that home for your own work. How can we promote social connectedness in the FabLab? and how can we promote feelings of competence. And I think feelings of competence is the one thing that everyone is eager about because everyone wants nice results, and this is something that is the first thing we think about. But still, even in those STEM and leisure contexts, especially in the leisure context, we need to focus on autonomy as well, and we also need to focus on the social connectedness of it all. And this is what we will focus on. First of all, the creative processes. We did all this based on a design thinking approach, based on the double diamond model. I don't know, many of you maybe know it. We broke that down a bit and adapted it for children. So this was practically our 4 workshop appointments. First, we discovered many different problems the children have, maybe in their daily life. I will show you a few examples in a sec. Then we defined those many problems into one problem we want to work on, everyone on their own or in teams as they liked. Then we had different iteration cycles in the 3rd appointment, and in the 4th appointment we had the deliver phase, where we either delivered the product, like in the rocket, or like in the little cloud, just the idea of it all, in a big event at the end. How did we help them through this first process? Our goal was for them to come up with an idea they want to pursue because of their own interests. So we needed to find out, okay, what do you need, what do you want? And we helped them with different worksheets, but we used them more as prompts, not as, okay, sit down and write it down, just more than, okay, we can talk about it. If you want, you can write it down, you don't have to. And then they were thinking about their interests and hobbies, and is there something I can just connect my activity here in this room to? Or what annoys me at home? Maybe I'm just losing my phone all the time because I have nowhere to put it, or I don't know what annoys me in my daily life, what can I change about it? And a day in my life, for example, okay, I'm standing up, blah, 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 I look for my phone, or I hate brushing my teeth, I need a new toothbrush holder, whatever. So this was something we want to promote their creativity. And then in the next step, they were asked to fill out or think about a concept card, which is also known just from economical work processes, to think about their idea and why do they want to make this idea a reality. So really think about the intrinsic motivation about it, so they keep working on it. Do a little sketch. We also did many sketch warm-ups to keep them engaged, and then they were asked to come up with a realization plan and what they can do at home. So we already prompted them to work on this stuff on their own at home. And this sheet was used for a little feedback round, like they came to us with another friend of them and we talked about it and helped them, but they were really working self-regulated on their own tempo and with their own goals in mind. The second important part is the feature of autonomy. This means letting children to decide where they want to head to, like what they want to do, but also letting them go where we don't know where they're going. So if sometimes we had project where we knew, okay, not sure this is going to work, or we knew this won't work, but still you need to let them go. They need to experience this on their own. So this is something which was very important, to help them, to guide them step by step on the way, but still let them experience their own failures and reframe failure in a total new way. We had this by different methods of structuring the work, like they were working on their own or maybe in teams, and we provided different materials. I will show you in a second on a bigger screen. And we had few like gimmicks to help them in those self-regulated work hours, because everyone knows like everything around making is taking a lot of concentration. It's hard work, and we know that children have a hard time concentrating for longer times, and with the one children youth mentor group, we came up with our Ladesäule, like a charging station, where we either printed, many of those things are printed, or bought some of them, tools to help them regulate their nervous system in this long work hours. Or We came up with different psychological tools. This is, for example, a very popular tool in psychology. It's called the WHOOP method, where you really think about the wish you want to accomplish. What is my goal? I want to build this phone holder, whatever. What is the outcome then? I will be happy every day because I will put my phone in this nice phone holder. And what is the obstacle? For example, if I'm like a 12-year-old boy, I'm just into video gaming, I don't want to do any work. So video games are my big obstacle. And then you come up with an implementation intention, like an if-then plan. For example, if I want to play video games, I will first work on my 3D models for 15 minutes, and then I will play the game. So this is where you attach the work you want to get done to your obstacle or to something else. And this is the way we guided them to this work. Also, the social connectedness was a big thing. This is something, I guess, is very often overseen in such STEM context, because we think it's STEM and STEM is nice and 3D printers are so cool and everyone's happy, but no, we need to foster those things in a particular way. So we need to build a team, they need to work together and be in a mission together. And I think this is something I take a lot of inspiration from. I've been doing like summer camps for 10 years back in my hometown, Nuremberg. And yeah, this is something that has just a lot of potential, because summer camps and youth clubs and scouts have an approach which just works for many different generations. Everyone's coming in their free time because everyone is welcome, everyone can contribute something, you have long-lasting foundations and you share the responsibility. So even with our children, we share the responsibility of this place here, and you're connected with others in the community, so we're connected with the big FabLab, and we're just having fun together. So this is something we need to keep in mind for our children and adolescents to be motivated to work on STEM. It still needs to be fun. We also have a very welcoming atmosphere. We greet everyone, we talk to everyone, we have name tags every time, we provide them with snacks and drinks. This is one of the most important things in STEM programs is snacks and drinks. I've been on many different conferences, and this is something everyone agrees on. So sometimes it's easier than we think. And we also started with a group activity to get them engaged. For example, a design warm-up where they just built together different things, talked about their ideas, or played soccer in the break, or had different approaches of connecting games where they ask each other questions, for example, about their favorite hobby. So these are just things that we need to implement even in STEM context, because this really boosts the motivation, and this is needed to provide them with the power for more complicated stuff. Of course, we need feelings of competence. This means that we need to provide them with the needed support, the individual needed support, and success, and celebrate successes together. We have, for example, to promote competence, different sheets where the children really can work on their own, like if they want to design a t-shirt, or if they want to 3D design something, we just provide them with a big A3 printed cheat sheet where they can work on their own. So they really stick to this self-regulated work. We will never stand in front of them and teach them something. It's always just one-to-one, or better peer teaching, where they really can start, and then it's just going. Yeah, we have here, for example, a girl working on her clothing folding robot. This was the first prototype with t-shirts. So this is something where you see, okay, no matter how big the idea is, you can always start small, you can always start somewhere. And this was her way of approaching this big project. And we had a big event after the 4 workshops. We always have a big public event with the parents, with the friends, and they can then show, for example, this was a self-printed and designed pen holder, or I Love Food t-shirt with green FabLab on the top. I think everyone can relate. And then we had them show we had many people here. It was so nice. It was a very nice atmosphere. And everyone had those little cards here where they had like in a museum what their project was called. And on the back, they had some questions to reflect on beforehand so they can engage. So we like encouraged the parents and everyone to ask questions, to talk to the inventor, to the product owner, to really get them presenting and being proud of their idea, and also reflective, like what was easy, what were the challenges, how did you overcome them, what happens next. Those are many, many different things to keep them engaged. And our conclusion is that now, like this was last year in June, the last one, and last week we had 26 children here on Friday, and what is for me the most fulfilling part is that most, like, or more than half of them are girls, so this all works, and it's very, very important. And then if we have all those nice features in the setting, if we have all those different aspects where they feel welcome, where they feel competent, autonomous, and social connected, they come up with STEM activities. So this is something we need to do first. They need to have an intrinsic motivation, they need to come, they need to be interested in the stuff, and then, in my point of view, we can nudge them towards environmental activities, and they will stick to it and be in a group of friends and continue their work. We also try to explore new contexts with all this stuff. Like we did all this 4-week workshop in the Callisto. I think you will be there on Friday or tomorrow, I don't know, maybe you will be there. And we connected like all the zoo environment with all the 3D printing environment. And also we joined, for example, the big Code Week event. This is an EU-wide event where everyone is coding, and then we had different coding workshops and more focus on coding. So this is something you can then expand to different contexts. Yeah, I don't know how much time I had, but I forgot my watch today. But those are my references, and I share all my work as much as possible over LinkedIn. Also, all the materials you saw, we put them in a big handbook. So far, it's just in German, but I have those few in English, so I can share them happily. Thank you.
And of course, there's always the abstract books for reference, right?
Exactly.
It's going to be published hopefully in the next 2 or 3 months, and you'll all get the abstract books and the link to them, in case we don't visit you on time to hand them over to you. Are there any questions for Kathrin? Antonio.
Thank you for your talk. One question from a psychological point of view. I suppose there is a huge body of tools to understand the evidence of things, if things work or don't work. Which tools do you believe are the best in order to understand the evidence in the STEM field? Because since it's a multidisciplinary area, maybe that we need, I don't know, new tools. Or you show some of your cards you're using for your students, or do you believe it's necessary to have new tools, or which tools are you using to understand the evidence of what you're doing? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Depends on what you're focusing on. If like your focus would be on developing competencies and different stuff, you would work with competence tests. My biggest focus was real engagement, and this is like in field research is like the king disciplinary to have real measures in how many times are they attending. So for us, it's not about, we had different questionnaires, we had all this, we know about all the attitudes and stuff, but for me personally, it was important to see, are they coming or not? Because on paper, everything looks nice, every measure looks nice, but it's still not a real measure if it's just children are gone and whatever, they have higher competencies, but they don't keep their activity. So it's not worth it. So this was something we keep track until now. We will, I don't know when, make a point and say, okay, let's check how many, or from which backgrounds, or how does the correlation between how many times the children came and their, for example, socio-demographic data correlates, but this is still, we're still collecting data, and this is just, for me, it was, are they keeping their engagement? Are they coming? Are they here? And this is something where I can say, okay, this number is worth something, and not just statistics. Other questions?
More questions?
Hi, Kathrin. My name is Andrea, and I'm a mother of an 8-year-old boy. And I'm asking myself, well, if we have the theory here and we see what we can do, what are your strongest recommendations for school and you are in contact with them, and especially primary schools, because I think they are so motivated to learn, but then they are pressed into a system with extrinsic motivation and they're losing it. And I really see this by my son. And so I'm asking myself, yes, what is the outcome and how fast is the outcome that we are not losing them before?
Thank you. Like, the general perspective from research is the earlier the better. Whatever you start, the earlier the better. Still, primary schools, I think now, at least here in Germany, are gaining potential because of this whole Ganztagsschule. Like, everyone is supposed to stay for the afternoon, and this is offering more room for like leisure-like activities, I would say. I think the big problem in STEM education in Germany is that we teach like from 100 years ago, someone is in front and everyone's just staring, not doing anything. But this is changing, fortunately, and I think the best thing is to find something to catch them, like to find this, like I was talking about the intrinsic motivation, something to what they want or what they like, and then just to see all the technical stuff as a means to an end. And not, you need to learn this because it will be important for your career or whatever, just what do you want to do or what are you having fun with, and then like infiltrate the STEM like without them noticing. Thank you.
More questions for Kathrin? Okay, now you know at least why we have cookies. We want to keep you. So we have one more speaker before the cookies come. This is going to be Tiedemann.
Okay, so our next speaker is Professor Kai. He's a professor. Our next speaker is Professor Kai Tiedemann. He is a professor in our university, and he's also leading a study program, Environment and Energy, and serves as a director here in this lab, Green FabLab. Before, he's been doing a lot of research. One of them is in water and waste management in Aachen. But today, he's gonna present societal transformation towards a circular economy.
Thank you very much. Yeah, societal transformation. Sorry for the disruptive connectivity here. Later on I will be talking about blind spots in waste management, and I'm so heavily trained on having my notes on the screen that I wouldn't want to risk wouldn't want to run into the troubles of running into a blind spot myself. Okay, yeah, societal transformation towards a circular economy. Well, whenever we talk about this is quite fairly well embedded into a whole number of different projects that we're conducting right now. The biggest one into which this one here is embedded is our Transformers project. I believe that we'll have an opportunity to learn a bit more about hydrogen economy in the same context. We've been focusing more on the waste topic, and well, whenever we're talking about societal transformation or the societal changes that we want to induce, there are two major challenges, at least from my perspective, and it's always about awareness, raising awareness among the society, and the probably bigger challenge of empowerment. How do we get people to literally change anything about their behavior? Both of these aspects, the awareness building as well as the empowerment, is what we're addressing in our project here. Well, starting with the baseline, where we stand, where we come from, I would dare to say that we are not at that state of a purely linear economy anymore. There have been efforts for the better part of the last 40 or 50 years in Europe to change the conventional flow of matter from resource withdrawal through industrial production, the use from our side of the consumers, the end of the life of our consumer products, and then finally disposal. At least whenever we're talking about circularity, what most people tend to attribute to this aspect would be that idea of recycling. Whenever we're talking circularity, the first thing that pops up in our head is recycling. But matter of fact, the recycling should only be our last precinct. And why that is the case, we'll shed a better light on over the course of this talk. There are already two more aspects mentioned here: refurbishment or remanufacturing, that brings the product or the waste from the end of the life of the product back into the industrial production. That's already quite a loop to take. I have another slide that makes it even more impressive. Let's say a shortcut from the recycling pathway would be that of repair, reuse, or repurpose of our consumer products. A much shorter pathway in circularity. Or for the best thing or the best concept of not producing any waste would be simply to refuse not to buy our groceries in the supermarkets in yet another plastic bag. We can just simply put it on the conveyor belt and have it checked through all the way, or bring our own bags for that matter. But regardless of which ones of these loops we would try to adopt to our consumer behavior, a part of this will always end in the disposal path. Well, for understanding what disposal means in Germany, a little bit about the legal framework of that, which is all embedded in the European Union's Waste Framework Directive here, that it was translated into the German law of life cycle management, Kreislaufwirtschaftsgesetz. We like these really long words in German, which defined quite ambitious recycling quota. We have to provide at least a 60% recycling quota for all waste products, and a ban of untreated disposal. This recycling quota, if you look into the statistics in Germany, you will find very amazing numbers. You'll find that for the light packaging, we are running into the 95 plus 98% of recycling, which would call for a big hooray and shoulder clap. But this recycling quota is considered to be a bit of greenwashing. In that sense, that recycling does not only mean the material recycling that we would think of in the first place. It also comprises the thermal recycling, and this is really what we want to get rid of. Thermal recycling, that's greenwashing. We were just simply incinerating major part, almost half of our light packaging material, absolutely unnecessarily so. The ban of untreated disposal means that before any of our garbage, any of our waste goes into a landfill, it must be incinerated. We have this large waste incineration plant here right outside Kamp Lindfort, Astungshof. Probably would make for a good excursion anyways. Yeah, next time, I believe. It's quite an impressive one. It incinerates the trash, and only after incineration the residues, the ashes, may be disposed at on their own location here. The recycling quota were organized or to manage those recycling quota. We need to find completely new pathways for waste management, and in that sense, Germany indeed was on the forefront of waste management back in the 90s already. Yeah, I vividly remember that, believe it or not, was when our yellow bag or yellow bin was introduced into the waste management. The yellow bin already, despite the fact that we've been trained to using that for more than 30 years now, is, well, it has some shortcomings, let's say, one of which is still the fact that between 30 or 50% of what you would find in such a yellow bag or bin is misplaced waste. Waste that shouldn't go there, shouldn't belong in the yellow bin. And this is really one of our incentives to say, okay, if there is such a big gap between what should go in and what does go in, apparently there's a need for some educational efforts. I mean, that's after 30 years. I believe people would still stuff in a used swimming pool if it breaks, if it cracks, doesn't belong there. Well, this is not yet the full picture. As I said, we have I took this from the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, doing a lot of research on waste recycling, and this is still the technical cycles that are displayed here. Again, focusing on the consumer. Then we have the maintenance, repair cycle, the short cycle. The one for reuse, redistribution, that goes back to the service provider, or if we go into remanufacturing, the matter flow goes to the product manufacturer, or, as I said, the recycling part here. This loop goes all the way back to the parts recycler. So it's this yeah, right. Thanks for that. So this has somewhat finer resolution in terms of how the recycling goes. Nevertheless, there's still this leakage, as they call it, the leakage to be minimized. So to say, the dropout of the matter flow that goes into thermal recycling, the energy recovery, and finally the landfill. This, however, does not paint the full picture unless we include also the biological cycles. And here we have a rather similar case. We cannot bring the cycle back into the service of product manufacturer. It goes all the way to the parts manufacturer, unless we're using cascading approaches. Cascading would cover such ideas or such concepts as reusing cork from bottles, where the material would not have to be would not have to undergo a major treatment before it could be reused. But for both of them, we do have our first approaches in the project. And another important take-home message from this representation, from this display, is that the larger the loop, starting here from the maintenance reuse and then all the way to the recycle loop, the larger the loop, the more energy demanding the recycling process would be, which means, especially in the recycling part, that there's a good incentive for us to try and bring down the carbon footprint of the recycling process, especially by minimizing the transport, which is, especially in the plastic recycling case, one of the major drivers. Now, plastic waste is carried across borders, across continents sometimes. And this is why we are trying to set a focus on how to recycle on a community-based or neighborhood-based scale, small scale. However, waste recycling, plastic recycling is only fun under the condition that you have that you have it well sorted, a unique sort of plastic, whether it is polypropylene, polyethylene, whichever sort of plastic. And for that we have waste sorting facilities in Germany. And this does not mean that we have a small army of people picking out manually whatever plastic they find. It's all automized. And for the automation of this process, I have another 2 slides that will come in later. But one of the biggest problems in this automatic recognition of plastic is that it fails to identify black plastic, black matter. Why this is the case, this requires a little bit of a background in the technology that stands behind it. The second blind spot in plastic sorting is related to our Tetra Paks, the milk containers, for instance. Tetra Paks have as major component carton, or paper, indeed. So there is a whole set of layers in addition to the carton that is polyethylene, typically a very fine layer, and in the case of the long life products, long life milk, it also holds a small layer, a very thin layer of aluminum. But due to the fact that it's mostly carton, the paper industry has an interest in receiving those Tetra Paks, at least the bodies, to recycle it into back into paper. Paper industry, however, has not the slightest interest in the plastic caps. So those plastic caps, they go straight into incineration, despite the fact that it's usually polypropylene, a very valuable plastic that could very nicely be recycled. And that's really what brought us to trying to create a system for the recycling of these plastic caps. But as I said, about the technology of the automatic waste sorting, the plastic waste that goes into these sorting facilities is first shredded, chopped down into small pieces, then put into on a conveyor belt with a sensor unit in the near infrared spectrum of radiation. And these sensor units do not only identify what sort of plastic was transported on the conveyor belt, but also the exact position. So at the end of the belt, there's a battery of high-pressure blasters that would shoot out the little pieces into receiving conveyor belt for further sorting, and a residual belt that goes into the next line where the next sensor would be identifying another fraction of the plastic. And this also explains why we have such a big problem with the black plastic, because black plastic doesn't reflect. It would just swallow the infrared radiation, and the IR sensor would just be blind. Now, Well, what I keep telling my students, hello to the back, is that whenever it comes to that, and that's also our consumer responsibility, that whenever we have the choice between a plastic that is black or any other sort of color, then we should always keep our fingers off the black plastic, because it's still, well, there are some concepts that are for overcoming the shortcoming, but it's not yet well implemented. So what we want to do about this is speaking about empowerment, we want to invite consumers to deliver exactly those plastic caps from their Tetra Paks to the Green Fab Lab, where Jeff in the workshop part has been working for months now on a shredder, our own shredder, and our own extruder, which should bring us to to be managing this part of the waste stream by inviting the people to deliver the plastic caps, have them shredded and extruded into a small filament that would serve us for 3D printing. So in short words, the idea is that they come to us with a bag full of plastic caps, have them shredded, extruded, printed, 3D printed, and then they go back home with a Frisbee printed out of their own waste. And this not only for the fun of it, to play with their own printed Frisbee, but also to invite people to witness at least this little stretch along the recycling pathway. The point of awareness has been addressed by this really amazing app that one of our colleagues has coded all from scratch. I find it absolutely amazing, which has, besides a number of gamification elements and some community-based challenges, it has for me two major features. One of them is a scanning feature. With the app can scan the barcode of whichever product that you hold in front of the camera, and it will tell you what kind of plastic it is that this package material comprises. This scanning is connected to an open API, an open database, and the database is has not a very fine and very high resolution in terms of the different plastics that we're talking about. Just take a plastic bottle, a PET bottle that usually comes with a PP cap and a sleeve, usually low density PE sleeve, and then you have the body out of PET, and it's three sorts of plastic already. So we want to invite the community of dedicated consumers to add to the database. We want to crowdsource these information. So this scanning feature also has an edit option. And the second one, the second feature that I like very much is that of the waste schedule or a pickup calendar, because we were thinking about what would people make start this or use the app on a daily basis as often as possible. Same as a weather app, many of us like to use every hour or so just to check when the next rainstorm will be coming. And for that, we integrated this waste schedule calendar that again is connected to an open API, which holds information for not all of the German communities, but I would say around 200 or so, down to the very road. So for our Friedrichstraße here in Kamp Lindfort, we could click on what kind of waste will be picked up in the next month. Yeah, well, and as I said before, we are not only focusing on the plastic part. Our Transformers project has as one of the deliverables for us to analyze which other waste streams may be of interest for such a small-scale recycling project. And well, as a little lifting a little bit the curtain for the next semester, for the next summer term, where I will be teaching an entrepreneurship class, the students will be challenged to develop a system, a process to recycle coffee grounds, and find a way how to pre-treat coffee grounds to make it printable. And we want to use this printed coffee grounds as an alternative to the paper cups. Paper cups, absolutely insane numbers of which are produced or used in Germany alone, 2.8 billion paper cups in Germany alone, on top of which we have 1.3 billion plastic caps to those paper cups. And if worse comes to worse, they're even black. And don't get me started about that one. Paper cups, you can fill a whole lecture about paper cups. I know I'm running late a little bit, but paper cups are not only misleading by wording, because many people think, okay, it's paper cups, so it goes into the paper bin, into the blue bin, which has already caused problems in agriculture. But that's one of the biggest misunderstandings about it. Of course, they need a coating from the inside. If you try to fill a paper, whatever, with a liquid, then you will soon learn that it wouldn't hold the promise. So it is coated from the inside, and it's not just coated, they're typically coated with PFAS, with forever chemicals that are so far, technically, we do not have the equipment to get those PFAS out of the environment once they are introduced. This is reason enough already. Yeah, this is reason enough already to look for alternatives. So a coffee ground printed to-go cup with a coating that is also biodegradable, that's our aim. That will be the challenge that our students will have to solve. And the last one, the second challenge for the next semester will be some sort of a swap app. It's probably a matchmaking app between people who want to get rid of old textiles, old shoes, looking for something else, and trying to find a Tinder idea-based kind of matchmaking between people who want to get rid of. At the same time, again, to make it all a neighborhood-based, a small-scale idea of this exchange or tool sharing can all be integrated in the same app. And with that, well, 24 minutes, that's not too bad, but this will be it for the time being. Thank you.
And I think we already have a question.
Okay, Kai, by chance you gave me just one argument to a question. You said that energy recovery is greenwashing. I would say the problem is a little bit, the question is when you want to go for plastic recycling, how much energy do you need and probably which chemicals do you need for recycling it? And with the paper cups you just presented, energy recovery is at least one chance to get rid of PFAS if the exhaust system of the incineration plant is good enough. And then I would have a second question. Black plastic, wouldn't that be the producer's responsibility? It would be so easy for the producers or for the regulators just to ban black plastic, because all examples you showed, there was no necessity for black.
Yeah, thanks. You may have to remind me about the other two, but I'll start from back to front. Usually, the producers would follow the consumers' demands. If people have a taste for buying black plastic because of too high a degree of lack of awareness about these problems that they may carry, the producers will deliver, and they would leave it up to the consumers. It's yeah, I see a little bit different. They wouldn't produce these containers or black plastic caps unless there is a market for it. So I see that could or should be more easily addressed literally by a ban of black plastic. Or, as I said, there are some technical solutions already that are not yet implemented entirely. But the latest retrofitting of the waste sorting facility that we visited, they will be looking into also being able to sort out the black plastic. Then about well, one of the other questions was about let's say the carbon footprint. Yes, carbon footprint of recycling. Totally agree. I mentioned that at the example of these cycles, and the large loop that we have to undergo, the very energy demanding large loop for the recycling process. Of course, there's there've been also a major investigation already to make an assessment between the carbon footprint of additive versus subtractive manufacturing, and turned out that it's really at the threshold of being positive, negative, and in the end, what makes the difference really is the transportation effort. Once again, that's why. We're trying to minimize the transport by the small-scale recycling idea. But at the end of the day, of course, considering the huge masses of waste that we're talking about here, just take one look at Astungshof incineration plant and you get at least a small glimpse of what amazing amounts of waste we're talking about. We can never make a quantitative difference. We will never be a true competition to any of the public waste collectors. No chance, and we don't want to. But what we do want to is to focus a bit more on this awareness raising idea, the awareness campaign, to make people think about more, to think about how much plastic do they actually need to generate and how to reduce it. That's more of the focus. So that was 2 questions, 2 answers, but I believe you had 3. But yeah. Yeah. Right. If not properly separated, yes, you always end up with a brownish, blackish mess. Yes, so that's true.
One more question. We allow one more question. One part.
Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you again.
care of the food section.
Yes.
It's delivered right now. Please make sure that everything is in its place and so forth.
Because today is my deadline and I forgot it to send the letter like the end of my internship. We talk later, but just for having in mind. I know everything will happen.
So please take care of the delivery and of the so that everything is prepared for food. Hola. Vamos. Continuamos. Okay, I think we're going to continue. Last section before you can replace the cookies with real food. We try to be considerate not to have styrofoam for the food and other type of containers. Otherwise, we're going to fill the bin of Kai in 5 minutes, probably. I'll try to get them. Hi, everybody. We continue.
Okay. Okay, now after the coffee break, will you take a seat? Okay, so our next speaker is from Spain and from the University of La Laguna, Antonio. He is a renowned astrophysicist and educator, currently the director of the Department of Specific Didactics at the University of La Laguna, Spain. And actually, he's been working as a postdoctoral researcher at the Center of Astrophysics, Harvard and Smithsonian. Today, he's gonna present simple educational activities to explain a complex world. Antonio.
Thank you. Okay, good. So this is me, and this is the rest of my colleagues. Actually, all of them are students from the degree of primary school teachers. So it is actually the first time in my university that we offer grants to primary school students, future teachers. So it's, for me, it's a real pleasure for that. Okay, so what I'm going to show you are the experiences we have regarding the teaching and learning process for kindergarten, elementary, and secondary students. How do we teach the teachers and also the students of these educational levels? So our main duty is to teach pre-service teachers in all these pre-university levels. We give them resources, strategies, and also evidences of what works and what it doesn't work in this field of science teaching. Let me show you like all the conveyor belt we are building in order to teach in all these levels. Of course, these pre-service teachers will become in-service teachers. And in our university, we form nearly 95% of all the teachers in the Canary Islands. Okay, so we have like this superpower. We form almost all the teachers in the Canary Islands. And these teachers, of course, they will teach to all the students. So besides that, we have a very good agreement with Ciencia UDLA, that is the outreach division in our university. We believe, deeply believe, that outreach is a nice tool to teach. Okay, so we have this very nice connection with them. and from them we connect with the local government. So we have funding from the local government through the outreach division to form teachers and also to form students. And from this experience, we go back to our teaching in the pre-service level. So in order to move all this sort of conveyor belt, it took to us several years, but now all this machinery is working very well. So we have the experience of forming teachers and students. We use this experience in our classes at the university. So you know, all this machinery is more or less working, and this is what I'm going to show you in the next minutes. So I have like 5 different experiences. It's not like I'm not going to follow, you know, a straight line. So just giving you some examples of what we are doing. So let's say how we organize our science education for pre-service teachers, primary school. So first, what does it mean to teach science? Okay, so for us, science is based in these 3 columns. First, you cannot do science if you don't have nice writing and reading skills. You cannot write properly if you don't have your mind ordered. So for us, it's very important to tell the future teachers you need very good writing and reading skills. This is the Canarian thing, okay? Maybe in other countries say, what is going on here? This is our experience in the Canary Islands, okay? Maybe exported to other countries, but this is focused in the Canary Islands. Of course, we need math skills. And we try to show our students that science is basically pattern finder. Okay? We try to find patterns in nature. And we describe these patterns through language and maths. Try to show them this idea of how science works. And it's a bit, we give our students, first day in our classes of primary science education, this scheme. And we try to follow the entire year following this scheme. We don't give them, let's say, sound in a week, light the second week, kinetic energy the third week. We just give this to them, and then we try to fill all these boxes with natural phenomena. Let's say, and this is the idea of how we organize our classes per week. On Mondays, we give the general concepts of a given phenomena. We use a lot of demonstrations that we are going to show you on Friday, on the workshop. Some ideas of how we show some of the science phenomena. Tuesdays, we always measure something. Science is basically measuring things. Then 2 days to design educational activities, and 1 day to evaluate these activities. So this scheme is repeated all year, okay? Let's say, for instance, 1 week we are going to mix mass, gravity, distance, force, and the transformation of kinetic and potential energy. What is the phenomenon we are going to work with? Solar system. The concept of orbits, okay? Planets, etc., etc. Another week, we are going to work, you know, mixing chemical composition, temperature, convection, transfer of energies through waves, and force. What is this all about? We are going to work in volcanology, okay? So this is the idea is that we mix all these boxes because they need our students to have a global idea of how our local universe works. For instance, this is something we are going to do on Friday. Electric charge, sound, and EM is electromagnetism. We are going to work music. How electronic music developed, you know, through the discoveries of electromagnetism after Maxwell and Faraday. And another example, and so on. This is also the way we evaluate this subject. We don't have exams, okay? So I want my students to be good at interacting with primary school students, okay? So this is their exam. It's called Dramatized Science. They have to prepare a small theatrical composition, okay? They have 20 minutes. Any theme is okay. For instance, here, they implemented this kind of Egyptian pyramid to talk about the maths system in Egypt, okay? Here is the circles of electromagnetism and so on. So we have a student from primary schools of around all the island to come to the university, and they just move from spot to spot, and they learn things about science, and this is the way we are evaluating our students. This is a huge success. Every year we have nearly 1,500 students coming during 2 days to the university. My students, you know, go crazy because it's the whole day with this thing, but I suppose they have fun. You see this Einstein? Okay. Also, the second way we evaluate is through exhibits. The faculty is converted in some sort of museum, so our students prepare, you know, exhibits, and also we invite students to do things like this. So we also make a lot of polls to our students. Okay, we want to know what they are learning, what they like, what they don't like, etc., etc. So, for instance, this is some of the results from this from our science teaching in primary school. Most of our students, they love the demonstrations we made on Mondays, because we just do many things, we interact a lot with them. So this is actually the activity they enjoy the most. Okay, so you can see the between demonstrations, interactivity, and blah, 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 blah. And this is something that I really like. I never thought of this. So which aspect of the teaching, you know, you are keeping for you? Since almost all our students are coming from humanities and social sciences, their background in maths and science is very, very low, okay? So you can see that when they try to explain scientific concepts, because they don't have a good background. So when they finish the course, what they, almost all of them are saying is that they have gained confidence in science teaching. So for us, this is very important. We don't have time in 1 year to show everything about physics, chemistry, geology, biology. So, but they actually gain confidence. For us, this is very, very important. Okay, so let me give you an example. How do we show the concept of day and night to primary school students? We always tell them, okay, you have to measure something before explaining. So how do we explain day and night? We use webcams. They are available in the internet. So we have live webcams. Okay, for instance, this is in New York. So we have, at the same time, webcams from around the world. You see that New York, San Francisco, and Paris still daylight, and in the rest is night. So we tell the students, okay, in this ball, put with a sticker, if it's day and night. They're measuring, and they're putting the measurements in a graphic system, in this case, the ball. And after this, we explain what is day and what is night. Always after measuring something, okay? A second example. We go with our students to the street and say, okay, measure the height of this lamp post using, you know, triangulations. Okay, you need just the distance between the two measuring points and these two angles. Then you can reproduce with similar triangles the system. And they have to build this low-tech, you know, angle system. They have really a lot of problems because it's not the same to explain this in the classroom than in the real life, because then they start to... So they measure the height of the lamppost, and I tell them, okay, let's measure the height of the sun. It's the same. You need just two positions and measure that. So we made every year these measurements from Tenerife, and also we go to Egypt and New York. We have colleagues working there, you see, and it's amazing because we have colleagues in Egypt, in Alexandria, and in Aswan. Remember, Eratosthenes was the first measurement of the Earth radius was done from Alexandria and Aswan. So they make measurements of these angles, they make the calculations, and they say, the sun is only 2,500 kilometers from Earth. So they start like, what's going on here? Okay? So the maths are good. What is not good is the hypothesis, because here we are thinking that the Earth is flat. So we need a second idea. Maybe that the Earth is round, the sun rays are parallel, so then what the product, the result of the measurements is not the distance, is the radius of the Earth. And we get an amazing 6,300 kilometers. That is very, very close to the real size of the Earth. So this is the way we usually work with our students. This is in a high school, just to show you how we are actually implementing these kind of ideas in primary and secondary schools. This is like a sort of protractor. We just implement it to do these kind of things. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. STEAM. When you add STEAM, the A, you go into arts. So how could we actually mix science, technology with art? This is an example. We are mixing Canarian culture, music, and science, okay? So in the Canary Islands, it is something that you can also find in countries like Colombia or Mexico. We have this thing. A versador is a poet that sings. So we have this sort of fight between two guys, okay? And they fight singing. But the song has rules. You cannot sing whatever you want. You have to sing through what is called a decima. It's a 10-line stanza. So each phrase has 8 syllables, and you have to improvise that. For instance, I tell my students, write and sing a decima about potential and kinetic energy. This is an example. You can count that in each line you have 8 syllables. And you see the rhyme? Okay, so they have to improvise that. That's very, very difficult. Okay, so I give them some time to do this. So let me put an example of this year. It's in Spanish, but I believe that more or less. So this is an example of explaining kinetic and potential energy using local music. I give them the music. Okay, it's a Cuban. And these are my students. And this is an exam, okay? Blah, blah, blah. Right? And just to, 5 minutes. Things we do with the teachers' professional development, okay? So they are working teachers that through our agreement with the local government, we give them, some classes about whatever in science. This is for primary school, okay? This is this year's program. We have actually 36 teachers from 16 schools, primary schools. We are implementing 94 workshops and reaching 700 students. This is more or less the figures every year for the last 5 years. So what do we do? First, this is from 2 weeks ago, okay? We give some workshops to the teachers. In this year, okay, let's learn how to measure, because the teachers at schools do not know how to measure, okay? So in this sense, let's relate the volume of the bells with the height I'm launching this ball, okay? Is there any relationship between the height and the sound, the intensity of the sound? So they have to write, tables and also make graphs. If they don't know how to do it, how they are going to show this to their students? We have to break this vicious cycle, okay? This is, Rolf is guilty in this sense, because when in our last workshop, I asked him, how we could implement things in Arduino, blah, 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 blah. First thing he told me, don't waste your money. Don't do anything in Arduino. You go step by step, okay? When you're confident in that something works, then go to the next level, and so on. So in this case, these are teachers, working teachers, and these are 3 glasses with a different level of salinity, just pouring more or less salt. And these things are thermometers, digital thermometers, 2 euros, and we measure the temperature of the 3 glasses, different level of salinity. So we try to see and we put ice in the 3 glasses. So we want to see how the temperature in the glasses varies in time with different salinities. Why? Because we want to talk about climate change. Why? Because it's a good analogy to the conveyor belt, to the thermohaline circulation, because it's a matter of heat versus salinity, okay? So we carry out these experiments with teachers. We go to their schools and reproduce the same experiments with their students. Look how beautiful they are taking data, okay? And we collaborate with the teachers in their classes, okay? And from the experience we get here, we go to our standard classes in the university, and we show our new students what works and what it doesn't work, with real data, with real students. And this is our last thing. You know that all the administration of the universities are going digital, so there are thousands of folders, that are not used anymore. So we are using these folders, to build these geology interactive books for primary school students. They have information. This magic sand, this kinetic sand, you have sand with a 5% polymer, so it acts like a dove, okay? So we show them what is, we live in a volcanic island, so what is a volcano, where a lava comes from, the danger of living in an island like ours, and we build our island step by step, the geological evolution of the island, okay? So, and of course, we always go to schools to see these things. Important, before I finish, you see that these are hands of black people. We have now a very terrible problem in the Canaries, that a lot of people from Senegal, Mali, Sudan are coming to the islands, fleeing from wars and economical problems in Africa. So right now in the Canaries, we have nearly 7,000 minors, okay, without families. So by law, they have to go to school. So they even don't speak English or French. They speak their local languages. So it's a complete mess to try to even communicate with them. So these kind of activities are actually very nice. They are very just interactive, and they enjoy it a lot. And this is a big issue we have right now in the Canaries, how to deal with all these minors, because there are a lot. By law, they have to go to school, but they are basically, they don't know how to write or to read. So, and it's the first year we have this problem, so we are trying to do things as good as possible. And just to finish, this is something just to throw to our colleagues here in Camp Linford. This is our the branch of the government that is dealing with the local agriculture. It's a scientific institution. So we managed to convince them that it's very important to have some educational tools showing what they are doing. Okay, you are trying to preserve, you know, the local varieties of agriculture, wine, bananas, avocados, goats, chicken. There are local varieties. So how we can use this as an educational resource? So we are thinking of implementing a small garden in every school that they are monitored. So the students can monitor temperature, humidity, etc., chemicals in this small garden. So I'm launching you and this is our last an amazing project also for you guys. We want to make an astronomy degree for primary and secondary students. So we are starting that. We have contacted with people in Madrid to make it through several universities, and just to teach teachers how to teach astronomy to primary and secondary students. Okay, so this is more or less what I wanted to talk to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We believe in the trainer approach too. Anyway, we have a first question here, Magdalena.
Yes. So I thought it was very, very interesting to hear about the students from Senegal, because in our workshops we've had, in Germany we have a lot of students from Ukraine. So in our workshops with the game, we had rather large groups playing the game, and we had several students that were Ukrainian and didn't speak any English, a little bit of English, but very, very like rudimentary. I wanted to ask you, were there other students? Because in my case, I always had some students that were basically translators for the Ukrainian students. So they were friends and they would help each other out. Was that also the case in your...
Absolutely. With the local students, the Canarian ones, they are kids, so they immediately mix to each other. The main problem is that they are coming with a really... they have a shocking situation. They came to the Canaries by boat. So when you talk to them, they will tell you that their brothers die because they just drove. So they have this experience of death. So it takes time just to make them, you know, calm down, because they have really traumatic situations. With the language, I mean, the interaction with the students is very, very quick, and they learn the basic Spanish in months. That's not a big issue. But this is true also that those that have been here for a longer time help the new ones. The big issue is that, at least in Senegal, I mean, we have they have 6 different languages, and they don't understand each other. So Bambara, Fula, blah 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 blah. So usually there are 1 or 2 of these guys that live in the borderline between different tribes, and they translate to each other. But I thought they were speaking French or English, because they come from former French and English colonies. No, only their local stuff.
Faster, I guess, and they can communicate, right? We have another question.
Thanks for the presentation, super interesting. I was just wondering how much time has, how long has been this program taken, or been running?
With all the pieces, the last 3 years. We are missing one of the important pieces. Was that the local government support, but the problem with in the Canaries, I suppose is we can extend to other countries, is that we want the support not from the upper part of the government, but for the working part, because when there are elections and they change, we don't want them to, you know, to remove the program. So we have this good connection, and of course, for us, it's essential the connection with the outreach department of the university. So it's actually working nicely because it's cost effective. It's very cheap. We are, I mean, every year our fundings for this program is, let's say, 30,000 euros. So this is for our university, and the government is 0. So we can continue with this. Yeah.
More questions? Wolf?
How can we support you?
Yeah. You were not here, but we have a few projects, ongoing projects with the people from the agriculture institution. So besides the scientific part, we also want to move the educational part. So we want to build this kind of a sort of a small gardening system for every school, monitor with temperature, humidity, chemicals, blah, 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 blah. So the students can actually see that as a small laboratory where they can play with a living being that is this garden. And also we have the astronomy part, and we have the geophysics. So I believe we have for years of connection between us. So I'm sorry for you.
How about a summer workshop? Come to our Queen FabLabs?
Yes, for
something like showing elongation of plant seedlings and so forth without light, can measure the light and so forth.
Absolutely, because yeah, great, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? Everybody happy. So where's Shreya?
Okay, so now the person who's going to present is Shreya Gupta. She is a science communicator and budding environmental science professional. She has a degree in communication and digital media from University of Queensland, and she is also a research associate. Today, Shreya is going to present fostering STEAM educational through meaningful learning environments.
Okay, so welcome everyone. I'm going to present to you my project, my research project, which is called Zinfall. It basically is a wordplay. Zin, does it make sense? Fall, yes, fully makes sense. It is a, oh sorry, okay. So it's a project funded by a funding organization, a foundation called Stiftung Innovation in der Hochschule, which is a foundation that funds innovational programs that support German higher education. And what it surrounds is a educational framework which challenges the traditional framework of STEM education within German universities, and it is funded by the Freiraum 2023 program, whereby we applied for a project that aims to construct meaningful learning environments. What that means is what will follow in the following slides. So I would first like to start with the importance of this project, why and how it came about. It's because the concept, as we've seen today, the theme is why is it required? Why is innovative solution, innovative approach required for STEM education? We've seen that a lot of students nowadays are drifting apart, drifting away from STEM fields, and they're going towards different sorts of fields, be it business, be it arts, humanities, social science, and etc. So we want to make sure that the students that do come and study at our university at Hochschule Rhein-Waal, they do continue learning their process, the whole process of their learning, and then they become capable and professional scientists, professional graduates from this university that are capable of achieving whatever they are trained at this university and beyond. So the activities and the methodology that we employ within this project, it's something of a nightmare of other professors, I would say, because here we employ a role exchange where students basically take the role of the teachers, and the teachers have to sit down and then provide feedback on what the students actually have prepared, and the students take a more active and a more a real big part and a huge control within their whole learning process, and they are able to then connect the dots by themselves, and we are there to guide them throughout the whole process. And in this particular way, we are not letting them just decide, okay, I will learn ABCs today, but the mentors and the professors are also there telling them, okay, you don't need to just learn ABCs, you need 1, 2, 3s as well. So we also have our stakeholders that we work with, our industry partners. They play a huge important role within this project because what's our goal? Our goal is to prepare the students that when they graduate, they can work in the marketplace, and they represent us. And then what they are doing there actually can bring us a good reputation. And in order to do that, we work collaboratively with our industry partners, and they act as basically trainers within the project, and they tell us what are the skill requirements, and they can show us how to approach particular problems and then help the students solve those particular issues. So now let's talk about some of the important roles, because none of it would make any sense if you don't understand basically the roles and the dynamics within the project. So the biggest roles, yes, they are the students, they will come, but first let's talk about our professors. We have Professor Frank Zimmer and Professor Rolf Becker, who are the teachers in this project, and then me and Waltraud, we are the mediators, basically, stepping in between the professors and the students. Then we have our student workers, which are the young talent. Basically, they are the ones being trained, and they are trying to motivate other students to also train themselves. And they bring in a lot of their skill sets, their diverse skill sets, and then we also help them hone all of their skills. And then lastly, as I mentioned, we have our expert leaders and the mentors from the industry. So this is our huge team of student workers. We have Pavan Sai Kapiri. Where is Pavan? Here. Pavan is a Infotronic Systems engineering student, and he's also from India. And then we have Florentina Stroisnisch. She's right there. She's from Austria. She's an environment and energy student. We have Hannah Shelley David, environment and energy student, also from India. Then we have Jihad. Jihad is right there. Also an environment and energy student from Lebanon. And then we have Tasio. Tasio is from Spain. He's also an environment and energy student. We have Julian. Julian is from Germany, environment and energy student. And then lastly, but not the least, we have Ileana. She's an e-government student. And, oh, sorry, I forgot Lisa. Lisa is not here today, so she completely skipped my mind. Lisa is also part of the team. Lisa is an media and informatics graduate from Hochschule Rheinwaal. And yeah, I'm very lucky to have such a diverse and skilled team of student workers to work with. So this is a very basic skill set that I have because of these student workers. As you can see, they bring in different skills, be it professional or soft skills, that they bring to the table because of their different backgrounds, different professional training, and their different characteristics, which we can employ within the project, not just for their own particular use, but also for the use of the project and the goals that we need to achieve. So let's take a look at the activities that we have in the project. So basically they are divided in 4 particular parts which actually overlap. We have the excursions. They can be any sort of excursion to a place of a company or a strategic industry partner, their facility, in order to show the students what they might be doing, where they might be working, what they need to learn, and how they need to be working. Or it could be at a field or any sort of interesting place. For example, we had an excursion to Fronenbruck, which is a bioland, an organic farm within the city. We did not only an excursion, but also a field practical there because they're part of our project. And then we have other 2 facets, which is the workshops and the dissemination. They happen sort of within the classroom. The workshops are mediated by me and Waltraud, and we work together with the students to develop learning modules, and then we implement them within the classrooms, within the lectures, with the professors, with Rolf, with Frank, and that way we are able to assess the application and the efficiency of the learning modules and the approach that we are taking within the project. So here is the example of our some of the pictures from the excursion that we did. This is at the Fronenbruck Bioladen. Here, within the course of geodata and geoinformatics for master students and also bachelor students. And this particular photo is for from Callisto, which is the Tierpark, the animal park in Kamp-Lintfort. They were basically the excursions where the students were able to go and implement what they learned within the classroom and also apply whatever knowledge that they might need later on in their professional careers. We had our team member Moritz and also Harley helping them understand the dynamics of all the concepts that they needed to implement in that on that day. The field practical was predetermined and then designed in such a way that the students were able to really immerse themselves in the learning process, and it was brought about to the real world in order to really help them understand why they're learning what they're learning. And now the workshops, which is the other facet of this project. The workshops, as I said, we do in conjunction with the students and also the professors, but this is done first of all, without the involvement of any teacher, any professor, and the students develop their own ideas, and obviously we help them to bring it about on paper or on PDF or presentation, and we help them develop these ideas and really chase them and understand what they really need to present, what do they really need to bring about to the table so that we can really finish the whole meal. And here you can see the student workers are hard at work and trying to figure out what concepts need to go, what is a slide that needs to go onto the presentation, or what concept or what research we can put onto the particular topic in order to make it more meaningful. And later they are able to implement this through a feedback system that they get from the professor and myself or Waltraud. And then this feedback loop helps them enhance their projects, their presentation, and their teaching skills, actually, so that they can later on really implement it in the classroom. And so there are, as I have mentioned, there are these 4 aspects to these workshops and to this project. It's to really motivate them in order to pursue their career, in order to really chase the courses, the topics that they're learning. And it's not only to pay the student workers to come and work for us, but also to motivate other students to look up to these student workers and also be able to interact with them and look up to them as role models, and also to see them as their own peers that are able to succeed and gain skills from them. And this also in turn motivates them to come to their class and be able to ask questions or have any sort of interactive approach with them, so that they don't feel hesitant to interact with the professor. And of course, in form of these student workers, we also provide support to other students that are attending the lectures. They are able to then ask questions that they might not ask the professor, or they feel that if they would ask their friends, they would know already, and in order to cut the misinformation at its roots, we have now the student workers that are able to inform them meaningfully and purposefully. And obviously, in these workshops, we focus very much on consistent co-creative and collaborative learning, a little bit of alliteration for you. So sometimes we also have these workshops in conjunction with our project partners, and the project partners can also inform us. Sorry about that. My timer said that I should stop talking, but I will not. So our strategic partners can really inform the student workers, okay, so this is how you need to approach this problem, and later on you will need these skills to employ in your employment whenever you graduate. So moving on, this is one of the examples of our workshops. They were trying to figure out what counts as web mapping services and what's the topic, how to approach it, what is lacking, what may not be lacking, and you can see them hard at work, and they are really thinking, and they're really tickling their brains, so I'm really happy about that. Here you can see this is when they implement whatever they develop within the classroom, within the workshops in the classrooms. These are all the presentations made by the student workers, and of course the professors are going to be there. It's not a just pick and choose and a very free environment, no, but it's also still a learning environment. It's still meaningful, and the students are there to help each other. They're presenting their own work, they're gaining confidence in their own skills, they're learning new things, and they're also teaching it to other students. Here is the in-field practical that we had. So this is where they learned how to prepare drone flights and how to do GNSS field surveying at the Fronenbroek Bioladen. And here, this particular excursion was quite difficult to realize because we had to, you will see that it was in a barn, it was in a big barn, and we had to clean it up a couple days beforehand and really set up the tables and put everything together. And that counted for building up this space, this environment where the students could sit together and really work together and learn together. So what are some of the challenges and impacts that we had throughout this whole process that we've had in this project? It's a very tricky question because it's still an ongoing project, but therefore we have to continuously evaluate if our approaches towards teaching, if our approaches toward the learning methods that we are trying to get the students to approach, are they really working or not? So this will be an ongoing process that we will have to realize by the end of the project. And then obviously, because our strategic partners are in contact with us, we are able to then see what are the changes in the skill requirements in the marketplace nowadays. Then there was something 10 years ago that was really, really useful that could be that people might think that, okay, this is very useful, but suddenly it becomes outdated. And then our strategic partners are able to inform us that, hey, no, this is not done. We need something much better, and this is the newer thing. You need to teach your students these skills. And then obviously there are external factors that play a role within the learning path of any individual student, which are beyond our control. So sometimes we can try to keep it in mind, but those are just the factors that we need to be aware of that can inhibit individual learning pathways. And then in terms of the student workers, we have seen what we've encountered is that the students lack a confidence in their own skills, in their own capabilities, or they don't want to present, or they don't have any interest in pursuing a particular topic, or they don't want to work with another person, or they don't want to present because they think that they're good at something, so they should continue doing that, and they don't need to learn something else. But that's obviously something we try to minimize within the project, and we tell the student workers, okay, you still need to do it, and that's not the point of the project. So here, you have to work on it together with each other, whether or not you like it. And of course, some of the good and meaningful impact that we've had is we are trying to achieve this enhanced environment, this enhanced learning experience through these spaces that we create, spaces that we build up, so that the students are much more motivated to pursue their careers, whether or not they want to pursue this particular degree, or whether they already have another background or other mindset in their mind. We try to really foster whatever we can teach, and if we can motivate them to really pursue them and show them the good side of what we are trying to achieve within the lab. And of course, at the end of the day, we are trying to produce something tangible. So at the end of the day, we produce learning modules, learning strategies, and learning material that the students themselves work on, and then we try to keep it up to date, which is their first and foremost task. And that brings me to my last point, which is the future deliverables. As I said, the students are preparing with us the learning material. which is why we want to provide open educational resources, because we don't want to limit it just to Hochschule Rhein-Waal, but we also want to be able to share it with other people, other universities and communities, that we have this material that we built with the student workers. The student workers themselves built this, and it is foolproof. It is approved by the professors. It is approved by the industry leaders. And here you can use it, and it's knowledge for all. And we also want to continue the training of the student workers and other students in terms of their technical skills and their professional skills, soft skills. And we do that via redevelopment and reuse of all the material that we have. And we continuously assess and evaluate what needs changing and what doesn't need changing. And the other facet would be also the market platform, where the students can actually exhibit what they've done. They can present their own ideas and their own skills, and then they try to sell their own brand, and our strategic industry partners can actually then tell them, okay, or actually are able to keep in contact with them and are able to then see their talent and are able to then pick the future workers in the workforce. So, yeah. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, I take the point of view. We have already the first question.
Hi, thank you. I was wondering, now that you pretty much completed all the modules of our curriculum in environment and energy, how would you believe we could most appropriately integrate that in our curriculum, and especially thinking how to scale it up to the entire range of different students? I mean, it's a really great group that has gathered of our high potentials and our most motivated students. But I dare say that not all of them may be as motivated as those 8 or so you had. So how can we get along with that?
So I think that's a great question, because within the project itself, we have only 4 modules that are being redeveloped, which is 2 from Professor Becker, 2 from Professor Zimmer, and then we also offer 4 IPs. But just because we limited ourselves within this project to these particular modules, yes, that means that the student workers are only motivated for those particular subjects. But yes, we would like to implement that further in the future to other modules as well. Yes.
One challenge is that many of our students are working, so they do not have so much time to come to university. We can also say something about the public transportation connections. So there's also a big request for making as much online as you can do. So how would you try to make here a compromise?
So that particular issue is what we are aware of, and that is exactly why we aim to finalize and deliver open educational resources which are available online. And also within the classroom, we try to have a hybrid teaching system where the students are not only presenting in presence for all the students who are attending the lecture, but also the lectures are recorded and then they are available to them digitally. It would be great if we can take this to a bigger scale within the university and then implement it within other subjects as well. Yes?
Thanks for the presentation, super interesting. But I have a question actually for Rolf, not for you, because you as a, you've been taught in Germany, you already had the role of academic, and then as I understood this project is something new. Has it been too hard for you to like shift a bit the paradigm of education in one way and then to change to another way? Thank you.
That's an excellent question. I come to that. First of all, I would like to thank the team, especially Shreya and Waltraud and the student workers for this excellent work. And to be honest, I've learned a lot today through this presentation about this project, because it's a completely not a completely different view, but it is a different view, right? Because I'm of course very critical. I'm always often not bold enough to let it go, to trust the students. It will work correctly. It will be fine in the end. I have my perceptions and my ideas of how things exactly should work, but that's really a problem to release it and to let it go. So I have to change my culture as well. It's very hard for me sometimes to sit in the second row and let the students present, and they are doing a very good job, right? And they do it the way they can do it and they need it, and I just sometimes have to add things to it when I think there is something missing, right? So it's a good team. It's a great teamwork, but that's also something I have to learn. So yeah, I have to change my culture as well. But I like this idea of this flipped classroom, and of course, it took some time to also to create trust, right? Because I remember the first workshops you had with the students, I was not allowed to attend. Later on, they requested me to attend, right? Oh, we need your input, right? So, and that would be ideal, really, to sit together and to form groups of learning and teaching in both directions. I'm also learning from the students every day, right? What do they need? What is their view of the things? What do they think is important, right? And then I have my visions, and it's a kind of negotiation. And that would be really cool if we had just an open space where we sit together and do something, right? And so I think this is maybe where we should go to. But there's a long way to go to this direction, right? And yeah, so but I think that this idea of, let's say, have meaningful environments that does something with you, right? For example, here in this beautiful building, it's very welcoming, it's warm, right? It changes everything. And when we were at this farm, and this farm is the farmer's family is super welcoming. We can fly our drones whenever we want. They have 40 hectares of lands, right? We can go to the barns. We can, I don't know, spend some time with the pigs which are running around outside, right? It's really cool, and that changes also your mind, right? Because when you look at our old-fashioned, classical 100-year things of, I don't know, frontal teaching, classrooms we have, the lecture halls, right? A row table, row table, row table, and I'm standing in front of that. How is interaction possible in such an environment? So therefore, I think that these environments also do something and change the spirit, right? That's really also something. Therefore, we also want to go outside, right, and go to the companies and see where we can go to a barn, go to, I don't know, a meeting room, or go to a wastewater treatment plant, because we also have large tents, we have an outdoor video projector, we have even gas heating, so we have Starlink, and we have generators, so electrical fuel generators. So we are completely autonomous, where we could go everywhere, anywhere where we would like to, but this is something we have to basically use this year, right? But it's a very cool project for me as well, and it's challenging for me as well.
Any other questions? No. Thank you.
So we continue now with lunch. Basically, we are a little late, and I think I see the smoke coming out of the nostrils, as we say in Germany when we are hungry. So yeah, we'll have then the talk of Ricardo after lunch. So let's see, what time is it? We have now 10 to 2. Well, we are pretty late. Let's meet at 2:30. Let's make a compromise. So 40 minutes. Irmgard, we can switch our talks, and I think then it will work out for you.
We're waiting for him.
Yeah, I don't know where.
Okay.
Jan?
se pasan con esta de lista borrada. Sí, correcto. Es la que más se usa, claro.
Yeah,
Ya.
is this is it on? Hello.
mirando el mar.
Okay. Please everyone take a seat, because now we'll continue with the next speaker. He's Ricardo Ayala, and he's coming from the University of the Americas. Today, he's going to present the internal migration, natural resources, and extractivism. His focus is on Chile's countryside.
Thank you very much. I know I know that I'm a bit of the mainstream of this round of presentations, but still aligned with the social sciences. So yes, I'm a sociologist by training, and I apologize for that. But I'm sure this is the only sociologist you're going to hear today. So keep your eyes peeled. And if you're kind of falling asleep after lunch, you are not alone in that. So don't worry. Don't worry. I might pop up with some questions every now and then, though. So try to stay awake. But, there is this sort of misconception that we as sociologists are, kind of very abstract people, very dry, that we have no sense of humor, that we are very difficult to work with. Some of us are, actually. And that also that we're too abstract to make sense of anything we say, because, we are very theoretically driven people, unlike maybe other social scientists. And so yeah, I was trained as a sociologist. I did my PhD in sociology. My degree is in sociology as well, my first degree. I was trained at both University of Strasbourg in France and the University of Ghent in Belgium, which is where I met Pedro, who is the culprit for me to be here today. So thank you very much, Pedro, and of course also Waltraud and Rolf for accommodating my presentation in the last minute. So that's excellent. Thank you very much. It's been very encouraging, and it's been a learning experience as well, because for me it's everything sort of new. So I'm trying to see spots where social scientists might be able to engage in, and also the other way around. So do not feel alarmed. I've never met anybody who doesn't like sociology, and I don't want to, but I'm sure that there is an intrinsic sociologist in all of you, in everyone, because we are part of the social world. So anything that I'm going to say today, it's something that probably you've seen, you've experienced, or maybe you haven't conceptualized in the same way, but you know, we are part of the same society, which is Western society, more or less, roughly speaking, Western society, right? So probably you know more about sociology than I do about natural resources, which is true, okay? So that being said, I was also trained in history of science at the University of Paris, so that these are more or less my, the filters through which I observe society, so which is part of what we call the positioning. You know, we don't consider that reality is out there, whether it's just be measured and picked or understood. It's something that also we construct and we relate with, and we construct it through our research methods and approaches. So this is, I wouldn't say this is a bias, this is a filter, this is my positioning. How, you know, the distance that I take from the research object, which is, you know, filtered through the social sciences and the humanities. Well, working in sociology, I specialized in the sociology of the professions, and I worked mostly on the healthcare professions, focusing largely on nursing and medicine and the interplay between the two and the gender division of labor in healthcare. And then I moved a little bit, part of my research interests are in sociology of science. So I have published a little bit, a few articles in, you know, addressing how scientists in general, not social scientists, but scientists in general, react and respond to the different pressures that we have from the environment. For example, the ecology of indexes that we have for publication, the number of outputs that we have to have, and all these, you know, research policies, and how people make sense of them and interact with them, and sometimes reject them altogether, or at least resist them in different ways. So this is the work I've been doing over the past few years. And now more lately, you know, sometimes you might think that working with some or one of your best friends can be a dream job. It can be a nightmare sometimes, or a combination of both in different degrees. But for me, it's been really a pleasure to have met Pedro and to be working, actually. You know, working with a friend can be, can have, you know, difficulties, but also a lot of potential, especially when you understand each other very well, and when you've taken the time to understand each other's research subject, which is not an easy task when your friend is a hydrologist by training and you're a sociologist by training. And one talks about isotopes or isotopes, and the other one talks about policies, you know, social relations, gender division of labor, and things like that, discourse as well. So it's something that you construct over the time as well, until we realized that there was a field called socio-hydrology. So this is where we are aligning our research interests, which is not hydrology, it's neither sociology nor hydrology, it's something somewhere in between. So it's a way of, you know, it's an approach, it's like listening to each other. This is one of the articles we've published, or we're trying to publish together in collaboration with a UNESCO chair professor based in Oman, who is Persian by origin. So we've been trying to develop some common ground understandings as well, like not creating necessarily our own concepts, but trying to understand the concept that, you know, the baggage that we are carrying throughout our studies and careers. So I know the title of the presentation is a bit of a mouthful, but I have a few, not many, but a few definitions here. Definitions are all important in social sciences because the boundary of the objects we analyze are not always well shared by everybody. Okay, so social hydrology is an approach, it's an interdisciplinary field, it's not ours. It's something that's been for a couple of decades already, especially addressing the ontologies of water, for example, that we tend to understand that water is, you know, that thing that we call H2O, but it can be other things as well, because H2O is also a result of a scientific culture, thinking that science is also a cultural practice, right? And the scientific method is also a technology. So this is where we are coming from. And socio-hydrology focuses on the interactions and feedbacks, which is to say mutual relationships between the different water users, looking specifically at the natural technical and also social and political, I should have written maybe, aspects of human water systems, which is, uncovering growing problems and emerging problems, for example, how the different water users interact and how the different sectors of society, namely the private sector, the state, and the civic society, are addressing these problems and how they interact with each other as well. And also how we as scientists interact with each other in relation to this object that we call water. So this approach, so far so good, right? Nobody's falling asleep? No? Okay, good. So this is a field that accommodates a number of different specialists, namely sociologists, hydrologists, geographers, statisticians, or people from urban studies, I don't know how to call them, people from urban studies or colleagues from urban studies, philosophers, also lawyers, economists, etc. But also sometimes people from the civic society participating in research projects as co-authors, actually, people who have lived experiences and experiences or knowledge as insiders. And extractivism, I know this is also a mouthful, is a model. First of all, it's a model that is based on the extraction of raw materials and in a way creates a dependency on this model because there is a counterpart that buys these raw materials. So the extraction of natural resources, which is not just water, but also intensive agriculture, as we probably all know, copper mining, land grabbing, which is something I'm going to address today, and water extractivism, which is what we tend to work mostly on with Pedro. Right, moving on. One more definition, which is gentrification. Are you all familiar with the term gentrification? Most of you probably, see some heads moving up and down. For those who are not familiar with the term, is the arrival basically of new residents in an area. It's often wealthier residents, okay? To areas that become trendy, we call them gentrified, which increases the prices and creates all the, a whole range of different economic consequences and social consequences as well. I'm sure you've all seen, when you go to an Airbnb place and you see, the keys there, the codes, the code pads, I think they're called. But actually nobody lives there. And and these people know very well, for example, Starbucks people, they know very well where to open a shop. And as a user, that when Starbucks is starting a new shop, that neighborhood is going to become gentrified. They know that very well, okay? And we know it as well. So this shop, which would have been maybe a traditional place where you would eat cheap but good, no longer exists because they cannot compete with the increasing prices because of this gentrification process. So this is a problem that a lot of European capitals, as well as South American capitals and Central American capitals as well, of course, are witnessing process sometimes together: gentrification, touristification, and centrification, meaning concentrating absolutely everything in the city center. Some might claim, I know by experience, and I know some other people have highlighted that this morning, but that can create job opportunities as well. It's there is something positive about gentrification. Well, there may and may not. It may or may not create positive consequences. I'm not close-minded to that regard. I know that there may be some job opportunities, but these are very few. For a very limited period of time. It's not to develop your career throughout your lifetime. And also for very specific age groups. It's often young people. And also the services are provided for young people, excluding long-standing residents there. So there is a double exclusion. One is structural because of the price increase, and the other one is symbolic because you are not present in that narrative. Okay? So far so good as well, right? With the definitions. So what data do we use in social hydrology? Well, we use a range of different types of data. We don't have any specificity in this regard. So we can use statistics, we can use public policy papers. We can use minutes from, we call them actas, actas from the Congress, where things are being written down, things that are being discussed, real estate developments, documents, I would say, construction permits, garbage and waste management data, qualitative interviews, ethnography, but also satellite images about changes in land use. Did you hear that? Remote sensing. Did you hear that as well? Specific techniques from water sciences and natural resource management, because obviously the sciences or disciplines that relate to natural resources are, move within a range of, within a spectrum, right, from very theoretical to the very applied ones. For example, the managerial disciplines. So it's a very flexible and a very accommodating approach. You can use any data. Why? Because in sociology and in the social sciences in general, anything can be data. Because absolutely everything we can see right now is a reflection of who we are and the ways we live in. It's a reflection of our society. Absolutely everything. That doesn't mean that the observation is not systematic. It is systematic as well. There is a method for that, even though anything can be data in the social sciences. So now, about 100 years ago, I don't think anybody who was born in that era is still alive. But just in case, over 100 years ago, Chile was overwhelmingly rural. But over that period of time, throughout the 20th century, Chile became a very urban country, to the point of creating entire metropolis, like, for example, Santiago or Concepcion. Okay? So there's been this entire movement or migration from rural to urban settings. But over the past 5 to 7 years or so, I would say, I don't know, Pedro, if you agree with it or not, there's been the opposite move, but it's not something that's happening across the country. It's in very specific towns, in very specific places, where instead of shrinking population, they're increasing. And it's basically in 2 specific cities that I'm going to show in a few moments. And this shift or this move is triggered by specific events. Well, one of the best well-known is the pandemic, of course. When people try to run away from cities because, the only thing we could do in apartments was, making sourdough bread or, I don't know, dancing hula hoop, doing courses on Coursera, things like that. So people needed this, they realized that they needed this connection with the environment again. It was about, connecting with the arts, but also with the environment, so moving to greener areas, okay? So on the one hand, we have the city's unaffordable housing prices in cities like Santiago or Concepcion, really unaffordable, with requirements in the bank that nobody can meet, or very few people actually can meet for a mortgage. But also moving to a place that has natural assets, being a lake or a volcano or a river or a forest or somewhere nice. Somewhere nice. Of course, this is very nice, and we probably will all want to, be and probably live there even. Well, I do. Sometimes cultural incentives, because, running away from what we call the capitalistic rhythm of life, rhythm of production. You want to take a break from that, and it's all fine if you want and can. But there's also this sort of romanticization of rural life. Like, life in the countryside is better. It's you slow down, everything is nice, everything is natural. It's not necessarily true, but this is what we normally think of when we're in a large city. But also, I do wonder, do these people really think about rural life as such, or they want to have an urban lifestyle within the countryside, which is different, which is what we call rural gentrification, meaning wealthier people moving to the countryside and in a way or another sort of invading places, where rural people lived, and especially using up all the nicest areas, or the ones with better quality of land for agriculture, for example, for real estate developments, they call them. Okay, some triggers are also renovation of smaller airports, but creating really green enclaves, like little secluded areas where wealthy people tend to live, especially in a gated community, you know, or a condo, if you will, creating urban elites, again, living in the middle of the countryside and creating displacement of long-standing residents. So, the case of Pucón. Have you ever been to Pucón? Many of you, I guess, no? Yeah, me as well. Well, this little guy here is Lago Villarrica Lake. Santiago is 500 kilometers away, north. This is Andean Mountains, Cordillera, right? Argentina, the ocean. And this is river, Trancura or Pucón, that is the tributary to the lake. And this is Rio Tolten that takes the water to the sea. And this is a very nice volcano, Volcán Villarrica. This is really scenic. The scenery there is beautiful. And Pucón is right here, nestled on the shores of Villarrica Lake and Villarrica town. It has its very own airport near the Argentinian border. Just, I would say, maybe 45 minutes away from the capital of the region. So it's very easy if you want to move there, if you want to gentrify the area, if you want to have a second property, or if you have want to have opportunities for new investments. So it's really a spot in where the rural population is growing there, and also in Puerto Varas, which is a bit further south. These are the two problematic, I would say, towns. In the rest of the country, the rural population continues to shrink. These are the two problematic cases, like as I said. Okay, moving on. Did it move? Oh, yes. And of course, this is also incentivized by marketing strategies and publicity that creates this sort of visual narrative as well, just, you know, as a way to emphasize, you know, please come with us. It's dragging you in there. It's not just, you know, that you have this sort of random dream. No. It's being incentivized, especially attracting a young population because of the water sport opportunities, and ski as well. If you like skiing, that's a very great place to gentrify and tourify. I don't know if it accepts any more people there. And you know, there's a very nice, well, all around it's just the beach. The areas which are not occupied by buildings or condos that you use up the edge of the lake as well, which is illegal, but once the building is built, it's very difficult to get rid of it. Okay? 5-star hotels as well. It's very own marina that you cannot see here, but believe me. And overlooking the volcano, of course. I mean, it's a dream. Who wouldn't like that? Okay, now I know that many of you are data-driven people, not necessarily narrative-driven people, so I'm having some fun for you as well. So here you can see, I have it written here so I don't mess the numbers up. Yes, well, it's written there as well. New building permits for housing at the national level. You see, I'm falling asleep as well in my own presentation, which is kind of embarrassing. But Pedro always reminds me of how embarrassing it is to have him, or to have me actually as a colleague presenting our work together. So, but you can see there really an increase from the pandemic onwards in the rural request of permits at the national level. This is not just Pucón, it's the national level. You see, now you woke up. Red is rural, it begins with an R, red like rural, okay? So this is the monthly variation of square meters requested by area, also in the entire Chile, it's across the country. I know you don't like these graphs, I don't care. Monthly variation of construction permits, this both from 2019 to 2022, if you cannot see it, okay? This can be misleading, means cumulated, okay, or accumulated. But now, if you look at Pucón specifically, this is number of square meters, not a lot of change, but look at chart number 4. So you can really see the trigger in action there. probably different triggers acting together to, to push people towards that decision. And also because during the pandemic, not many people requested a mortgage at the bank. So there was, in a way, it was a bit easier to get a mortgage, to buy your dream property in a dream destination. Okay, and it continues to go on. This is up to 2022. We don't have newer data than this. If I'm missing something important, Pedro, feel free to wake up and point it out, okay? So now if you look at the population of the town, you can see how it has changed. Unfortunately, this is up to 2020 only, because that was the last census. But we cross information with other sources, like for example, the primary care network, which in Latin America is very strong, Atención Primaria. There are different medical establishments where people go for preventative care, and it shows an increase of 60% before the pandemic, and then 30% again. Okay, but then what is striking actually is that people are moving. The people who are moving to Pucón is mostly people of working age and probably having fewer and maybe no children at all. Okay, or delaying parenthood, which is going to be a problem in 20 or 25 years' time, because those people are going to be elderly, and the system is not prepared for that. Not only healthcare, also education. I think establishments, schools are really struggling to accommodate that number of people. Okay, so moving on. This, which looks very nice. This is the only text we are going to see from one of our documents. Copper mining and urban growth in northern Chile's Calama oasis disrupt agriculture and land use with water scarcity and urbanization, accelerating de-agrarianization. These other colleagues, link urban expansion in intermediate cities to liberalize land markets as well. So it's not only happening in the countryside, but also in smaller cities, because the large cities cannot accommodate everybody, or not everybody can afford also the cost of living there. But the problem is that the policy is prioritizing newcomers over long-standing communities. And the second quotation reads, "The challenges facing remote communities in Chilean Patagonia, where land grabbing and property concentration have caused depopulation. While in-migration may bring economic opportunities, it also drives up property prices and deepens inequality. Importantly, this influx threatens indigenous sovereignty, commodifying both the land and cultural practices. While rural areas can, of course, potentially become entrepreneurial hubs, careful regulation is needed to ensure local benefit, prevent monopolies, and protect rural socio-cultural diversity." Now, what are the environmental consequences, which is the part you are interested the most, I suppose, is, of course, first of all, deforestation, because you need to clear the space in order to accommodate the new gated communities that tend to live, at the waterfront. It's not in the deep forest; it's at the waterfront, either in the major lake, or in minor lakes, or by the riverside. Okay. Also, there's a huge black market of native species, to make timber, wood for construction. That is also affecting there, and it's very expensive. So it's not a type of wood that everybody can afford. Pollution, this is your part, Pedro. Pollution, waste management issues, gray and black waters are poured directly into the river because the state cannot bring sewage system to the countryside. That's why we live in cities. This population is growing outside of urban planning, living in an urban lifestyle without the country to be ready for that. Poured into water bodies and seep into the soil. And also, of course, the impact on fresh water supply. This is a quotation from the law, Chilean law. It's not it's something that somebody said in an interview. Residents turn to drilling wells, a practice regulated by the Water Code, which specifies that anyone can dig wells. This is where the quotation begins, actually. Specifies that anyone can dig wells on their land for drinking and domestic subsistence purposes, even if it affects the water for others. It doesn't matter your neighbor. That's part of Chilean mentality, I guess, that's consecrated in our law and different laws. It's not just a Water Code. Not least, in the Water Code, it's also established as a Water Code, from the dictatorship time. There is a dissociation between land ownership and water ownership. So you can buy a property that has a river, but you don't own the water, or you cannot use it unless you buy a water right for that. And the other way around. Okay, so people, especially long-standing residents, when they are under economic pressures and they are being offered money, of course, sometimes, or oftentimes, actually, they give up their rights and they move away, oftentimes further away from their own jobs, for example, and to lands of lower quality as well. Creating, in the process, rupture of the social tissue, so you live no longer near your friends, you're left alone in the countryside. Of course, that brings other issues, for example, the coverage of rural health issues. It's very difficult when you live in the countryside, and especially if you're an elderly, or not an elderly, but maybe taking care of your children. And the changes in eating patterns, because you're no longer growing your own tomatoes or lettuce or growing your pigs, but buying everything industrial in the supermarket because of this dependency it creates. So these are some of the changes, and we are approaching the end. Congratulations, you've survived. This is, the black water being poured directly into the Lake Tancura, the tributary of the River Tancura, sorry, which is the main tributary of the lake. This is one of Pedro's colleagues taking samples from because you can see how the algae have been growing there, totally out of control, producing as well some, reporting some health issues, for example, skin rash, or even gastrointestinal diseases, because that's where people go to the beach. And this is where they practice, water sports. It's very demoralizing, But on the other hand, you have these, mansions being built by the lake with no sewage, or sometimes without even a proper permit. Like this is the case of no permit, construction permit at all. So sometimes it's about the lack of regulation, but also regulation is in place but not always enforced, because enforcement is also expensive. We have already one of the cases of Laguna Aculeo that was in the 1990s, approaching the 2000s, but in a span time of 10 years, time span of 10 years, it became totally collapsed. But of course, nobody takes care of responsibility for that. The culprit is always climate change. This is the scapegoat, always, right? Climate change, that's responsible. It's nothing to do with permits, nothing to do with, unregulated real estate projects, and so on and so forth. Some people, especially, this is not in the middle of the desert. It's, like 2 hours, 1 hour, maybe 1.5 hours north from Santiago. People who depend on their livestock are, seeing their livestock starve to death because of the lack of water. But that's not the reason why we're here today. So there is no so what. There is a so why. Why? The reason why we're here today with Pedro is because, well, we're looking for partners who would like to replicate maybe analysis such as these, the ones that I cannot show you everything that we've been publishing, but also looking for partners who would like to join forces, bringing technologies, maybe methods, maybe data sets and so on, but also partners who would just like to open up their minds and learn something new about social hydrology. And of course, and with this, I would like to close the presentation. We're very friendly and approachable people. Yeah, that picture was from 2021, I think, or 2022, something like that, when I visited you in Punta Arenas. some years ago. You know, it's a problem when you are very short. It's very difficult to stay within the frame of the picture. But yeah, thank you very much for listening, and I hope there will be comments or questions or both. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Everybody's reflecting now. So, which is a good idea. Actually, since you stay with us for a while longer, gives us the opportunity to discuss about certain problems. It is not anything that's restricted to Chile, that's for sure.
So I thought your talk was very, very interesting, and I especially actually was very interested in what data you're using, especially since my background is also a bit marine ecology. We talked a lot about and we used a lot of local ecological knowledge and indigenous knowledge, and you didn't specify it, but from the data that you showed us, I kind of assumed in a way that you're also using local knowledge, local people that tell you about their and how their environment has been changing, especially in terms of what you're mentioning. We're always talking about climate change, but biodiversity changes and ecological changes are just as important and just as impactful.
Yeah, one of the problem is that data sets are not collected to do this type of analysis. That's a big problem. So when you do history of women, there is not a single archive where you go and do research. You have to do what's called data mining. So you take data we took data mostly from the censuses and also from the municipality of Pucón and the Department of Health. These are the three main sources. We didn't interview people in this town. One of our colleagues, Ricardo Green, who works and lives in Puerto Varas, he's been interviewing people from there to see how these changes are affecting their lifestyle, including eating habits and how that's affected them. You can take data as well from not only health, from the Department of Health, but also, for example, the registered car fleet has increased in 60%. It's not something we've counted. We're using secondary data because of the peculiarity of it. But also something very difficult, because when we request it officially, there's a procedure to request public data. They're also very skeptical to give you the data in the way you need the data. So they give you like a 300-page PDF file, and you have to do data mining because they've taken themselves these data from different sources. So sometimes you need to look at, regional scale, local scale, national scale, and be playing a little bit, grabbing from here and there to compose your own data source, in a way. There is a big data set that I collected myself. It's not about the request to build a property, but the purchasing of property, which is huge after the pandemic. It's huge. I would need 2 lifetimes maybe to analyze in detail all that, but what I see easily, first reading, is that most of the property is concentrated on males. Males are the purchaser, probably because the law considers the male within a household as the head of the household, probably because of that, and also because women do not always buy a property, but sometimes it's inherited. Okay, so that's something that you cannot always see, but it's massive. When you see the list, it's mostly males, and you can identify that by looking at the first name. Chemical composition of water as well. There are some reports from the. It's not the INEA, right? Where is the? Yeah, like the National Board of Water. Yes.
Nitrate concentration, for example, in the lake is 4 micrograms per liter. Huh? Nitrate. Yeah. So in Chile in the 80s or 90s, there were no devices available to measure those concentrations. It was only available in 2000s when the first studies came to light, and of course it's almost it's not distilled water, but it's almost distilled water. So any as you can imagine, a hotel with 100 rooms, the amount of nitrate they will add to the lake, it will make a great impact, and people living there would be the first time to see this kind of thing. So it's something completely unknown to the local residents, and to the not only to the local residents but also to the health departments, the hospitals, and so on. Yeah, it's well, if you have a lot of people living, you will have a lot of nitrate coming to the water, I guess.
And I think it's also very clear, this pattern that accelerated in the 1990s when people were able to afford a car. For example, before that it was not very common, but in the 90s, car ownership increased a lot. So people started, taking holidays more often, sometimes, just buying property near an airport, or, the lake that I showed in the pictures that dried out, that's like half an hour away from Santiago only. So people really started, doing the commute, spending the weekend there, or buying a property, but that was totally unregulated. It is still very unregulated.
More questions, further comments?
Any more questions about the data set? But we are waiting for the new census, which is scheduled for March 2025. Thank you. We're waiting for the results of the new census, which is scheduled for 2025 now, in March. We're going to have more fun there looking at the data.
Okay, thank you very much. Very interesting talk. And you showed, yes, we can work together, obviously. It's not always easy, but we can work together with thoughts.
From the ladies.
Nur, dass die Norm verschoben worden genau, Yeah.
Please take a seat. We will continue with the next presentation from the Professor Irmgard Buder and Omed Abed, which is a research associate. They come from the Faculty of Communication and Environment of Hochschule Rheinwald. Oh, I forgot. I'm sorry.
Okay, hello everybody. I'm sorry for changing the schedule, but I have another appointment at 4 o'clock, so many thanks to you that you let me start. Shortly about myself, I'm professor here at the university. I'm professor for renewable energy, and I'm working on hydrogen and energy storage. So Omed Abed and I worked together in a project, or worked together, because he now started this month his PhD work in another project. Carsten Newe also was supervisor of the project I want to show here. So, also, as I said, Omed Abed and I worked in a project named TransRegInt. TransRegInt stands for Transformation of the Lower Rhine region, and the target is innovation, sustainability and participation, which would be in German Innovation, Nachhaltigkeit und Teilhabe, also INT. The project is aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN, and of this project our focus is on affordable and clean energy as well as on climate action. So, to be honest, most of the work was done by him, but I have the honor to present it. Here, that is one part of what we do in this TransRegInt project. That's the presentation of a hydrogen-based generator, also not diesel, but hydrogen and battery-based generator, which we set up together with students, Azubis, also apprentices and students from our university, also apprentices from Omexom and students from our university, and which was presented at Omexom last year. So, it was not mentioned today yet. Temperature is increasing. You might not feel it when you go outside, but you can see it. Also 2022, the polar region, it was up to 4 degrees warmer than before. In the Paris Agreement, we agreed to limiting the temperature increase by below 2 degrees Celsius, best 1.5 degrees Celsius. Last year was the first year which was 1.5 degree above the pre-industrial level. That doesn't mean we have failed completely, but that means time is running. So here, that's Germany in 2024. Flooding of South Germany, also the Bavarian town Manching is in South Germany, was neither the beginning of flooding events in Germany. It started already in January in this region with the flooding of the Rhine. It didn't end with this event, but we had several other flooding events. So also here in Germany, I think our chancellor went to 4 flooding events and told the people, yes, we will do something, yes, we will help you. The estimated cost of climate damage within the last years in Germany is 83 billion euro. It's expensive. So, but I want to speak today about inspiring students to go for STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. ITQ, Niko Maas has already answered it in the morning. Why do we need more students studying STEM? But here a little bit different focus. We need new technical innovation. We need new technical innovation which provides solutions in the area of renewable energy. Okay, to be honest, we have the solutions already. We just would need to do them. But we need it, for example, for energy storage. We need it for the climate change. We need it for climate adaptation, food security, which will also be a big topic within the next days, healthcare, digitalization. Also, yeah, these areas where STEM students will work are the areas where we have the economic growth, and we have here the chance also, while we get economic growth, we know we need to have limited resources. We need economic growth using less, not more resources, causing less, not more pollution. Yeah, also just as was said before, in Chile we have already big pollution problems in rural areas. Not only in Chile and rural areas, but everywhere. And last not least, greenhouse gas emissions need to be reduced while we want in Germany to be competitive. So, for students in principle, STEM would offer job opportunities in very many different working fields, opportunity to earn money, as I hope the students of environment and energy are listening now. But also important, we need students from diverse backgrounds, other students coming from Germany, students coming from abroad, students with immigration backgrounds, female, male, other students. The idea there behind that is different background gives also different ideas for tackling the problems, for developing problems. Also depending on the perspective, you might come up with very, very different perspectives, and bringing different perspectives together is a big plus. So, also the Maker Lab at our university, that was on January 11th, that was the fourth Maker Lab since 2017, and this time, for the first time, it was organized by students in an interdisciplinary project. The interdisciplinary projects are a specialty of our faculty, means students of different degree programs have to work together to solve a problem, to develop something, to make something, and in this case, it was the organization of a Maker Lab. And the Maker Lab was offered for young people, pupils between 11 and 16 years old. The objective was to carry out various projects in order that the students, or the pupils, I should say here, make something and discover in the making process, which options do we have when we use technique, when we use programming and information technology. So the method, the young people were introduced to independent manual work, and they had the option to use new technologies, laser cutter, established technologies, soldering station, and so on. And of course, application of programming was in some of the workshops also some thing, partly for the pupils, partly mostly for the students. So for our students, they had to work on the organization. Here you see the advertisement poster. Insert. And I'm afraid some of us have made the experience not only one time. So marketing was a big topic. Here our university has an administration, and that took place also. Omed was paid by Transreg Int in the frame of the Transreg Int project, so they had to coordinate also with the marketing departments of Transreg Int and of our university. The publicity for the event was making by posters, flyer, letter to parents, press release, social media, but also very important private contacts, and website creation. So the website creation was important for advertisement, but much more important for the registration of the pupils, because it turned out we couldn't do that by mail. So lesson learned, website with registration opportunity was bottleneck for the marketing, because you can only make really marketing when you can say, register here. So, and last not least, sponsoring. Also they got financial support for material procurement and for the catering. Also the warm lunch was, for example, presented, provided by Wellings Park Hotel GmbH, also not mentioned on the on the slides, but important. We had as partner the ITQ, and the ITQ offered an additional workshop about Minecrafting. So, organization means also safety and communication with the university. Safety and security concept had to be established. Formalities to ensure that all participants of the workshops are ensured, and clarification of film and image rights. The pupils had, or the parents of the pupils had to sign that the pictures can be used. That's the chance for me to show you some pictures also of the pupils. So the procurement of the materials of the workshop was some challenge. As you see here, just some, but there comes along materials in the next slide. So determination of the number of participants, the necessary material of the workshop, compliance to the procurement regulations of our university was a challenge. Worked okay, lesson learned. Check if the deliveries are damaged or if they are incomplete. Also here, check for completeness and damage. And consider delay in the supply chain. By the way, everything here you see the sources, I hope. Also, most of it up to now I have adapted from the final report of the students. So, planning of the Maker Day itself, we had a duty roster defining clear responsibilities of the event and the following tasks: registration, operation of the soldering station, supervision of the workshop, coordination of the catering, and additional support by Springer. That would be additional people who can support if help is needed. So, and that's the schedule. So in different colors you see the different workshops. Also here this workshop was offered 3 times. This workshop was offered only 1 time, but over a much longer timeline. And here some workshops were offered 2 times, and also other workshops was only offered 1 time. So I want to show here, that was the wrong direction, sorry. 1 time a solar boat working, and 1 time the solar tracker. For the solar boat consideration was, also for the planning we had 4 supervising students, 1.5 hours time planned for working on it. Solar cells transform solar light into electricity, operating a small electric motor, and the small electric motor drives a propeller, and the propeller drives the boat. So the requirements for the boat: lightweight. You need to mount photovoltaic cells on it, so it has to have a certain size. 45-degree angle, you see the back side, but we have also a picture with the front side of the photovoltaic panels. So, and the propeller must be high enough not to rub on the ship, on the boat, and also not to go through the water. The ship shouldn't capsize, also it has to be stable. For that, we use the catamaran construction. And the deck has to be big enough to fit propellers and solar panels. So, also here, the front side, not a complete boat, but at least the solar panels. So, tools, what is pupils or the students used were circular saw, hot knife, file, scissors, 3D printer, soldering station, and pliers to cut cables and remove insulations. The material lists I make fast. The expensive parts are highlighted. Also, for example, the 2 motors, the 2 solar cells, the battery holder, charge controller. That was what made the whole thing a little bit more expensive, means 20 euro per child. Also sponsoring helped. So, making, cutting the styrodor, smooth with a file, build the base frame with styrodor and plastic bottles, printing the propeller and the holder of the motor with a 3D printer using Fusion 360. The Fusion 360 was already prepared, and the propeller was also prepared. Also we didn't print 3D in 1.5 hour propellers. But at least the pupils got an explanation how they came to that. So installation of the battery when no sun is shining, and in January, this was a very dark January day. So connecting battery and solar panels and motor. Also here are the solar cells, here is the charging controller, here is the battery, here is a switch, and here are the 2 motors driving the propeller. So installation of the solar panels, propeller and motor in motor holder on the boat. Here you see that partly, and here. And last not least, wait a moment, the plan was of course to test the whole thing in a small swimming pool. So, lessons learned. The pupils were very engaged and enthusiastic. Expected outcome was pupils can take their personalized boat home. That didn't work out. They learn about basic concepts of solar energy. I think that worked. They learn about interactions between electricity and mechanics. Through practical application, they develop problem-solving skills, technical understanding, creativity, and teamwork. Real outcome, the soldering station was the bottleneck. That was the problem, that we were not fast enough to make the electric connections. So the pupils learned unforeseen things can happen. Develop plan B. Plan B here was then that the students, the pupils were invited by the students to come at an agreed date to finish the boat building. And I hope that worked out. But that was also something where here in the hindsight you would say, okay, either many more soldering stations or less workshops using soldering stations. So the solar tracker was another project, and that was a project where 5 supervisors and the pupils had 3.5 hours time. I make it a little bit faster. Also, the solar tracker tracks the position of the sun. The idea is that the photovoltaic panels orientate optimum to the sun. That means you need 2 motors, 1 motor rotating, 1 motor changing the angle. You need to have a sensor indicate which tells the system where is the sun, so that the solar panel is moving according to the sun. So also the solar panel can be aligned with the sun, maximizes the energy yield of the modules by precisely tracking the sun. The pupils shall learn how using the basics of mechanics, electronics, and programming can contribute to the use of solar energy more efficient. What was needed? Material here, 41 euro. Also a little bit more expensive, but only the Arduino was 10 euro around. The tools, again, laser cutter, soldering iron, screwdriver, hexagon spanner, wire stripper, also a little bit different than before. We also needed a laser cutter. We needed Arduino code prepared before and laptop. And not shown in the slides, but there's an option also here to add a battery so that the Arduino can also work without sun shining. Otherwise, you need first the sun to operate the Arduino, that the Arduino is operating the solar tracker. So you see here, that's the wood. That were the components for the holder of the solar panels. That is one of the motors. Here you see the backside of the sensors and how the sensors for sensing the sun were connected. And this is now the motor adjusted so that the whole system can rotate. Again, and here you see the second motor which can change the angle. And a simple depiction of how you have to connect the Arduino. So also here the pupils were again engaged and enthusiastic. And here we more or less managed the expected outcome. Also they make the solar tracker, they took them home. They learned about solar energy and sensors, interaction between electricity and mechanics, applied different codes for their project, and master wiring and the control of 2 sensors, 2 servo motors, sorry. And of course also of the sensors. So practical application, they develop problem solving skills. Also here you have some options for troubleshooting, technical understanding, creativity, and teamwork. So, summary and conclusion. So, learning success of the students. It was an interdisciplinary project, so we are also interested in what did our students learn. They organized the Maker Lab in a very professional and friendly way. They supported the pupils so that each pupil had some experience of success. They showed their result in a poster which got an award in the poster competition. third place, but at least we got an award. They reflected planning, organization, and what should be improved in final report. And the final report looks really very good for student report. So for the pupils, they had fun. As at least that I'm very sure about. I saw the faces. They were introduced to new tools and technologies. They experienced self-efficacy. They partly learned that unforeseen things can happen and to implement Plan B. So that's the pupils in the lunch pause, and at least in the lunch pause they were very enthusiastic. But no, they were also, we had then also some meeting in the Audimax at the end, and also there, in principle, that we looked in smiling faces. So, and Magdalena said it in the not Magdalena, Kathrin said it in the morning, when they come again, that's a good sign. Some of the pupils didn't come the first time. So, outlook. One of the pictures I think is not the same, but a similar one you have seen already in the morning, presented by ITQ. That's our students working on a range extender for an electric tracker. That was the Smart Green Island Makeathon 2024. We want also to go in March, also now in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, to the Smart Green Island Makeathon. The solar boat workshops will be spaced up. For example, with a remote control of the boats, and offered to pupils in Las Palmas. And we offer a challenge about water analytics in cooperation with the company Vishay. So, thank you very much. Muchas gracias, or vielen Dank. And do you have questions? Doesn't look like.
We can see already the LatiNetPrax progress in different directions, whether that is now Gran Canaria and also working with children there, or whether it's in El Salvador with our friend from logistics, or whether it's with you, who also went to Chile and to, so we are very happy to have this. Pardon? There's a question.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Are you planning on continuing doing this kind of maker projects, or are you leaving it only for the workshops in Gran Canaria?
Also, in the first place, I would like to continue to go to Gran Canaria, because that's really a great place. Second of all, I learned in the planning of the Maker Lab that usually you need 1 year to recover from the efforts. To be honest, mostly Omed has to recover from the efforts, and then you need another year to find somebody who makes the main organization, so probably in 2 years we are active again. I think Carsten Newe will also stick to that topic. For me it was the first Maker Lab, and it was really a great great event, and I think probably we could also try to make the Maker Lab a little bit more green FabLab Maker Lab. Also here I would have some ideas what we could do.
Are the plans and all the stuff, is it open educational resources? So is it open source? So that means we can use it in other projects as well, right?
Also Omed made it very clear to the students that everything has to be open source and open project so that we can use it free. By the way, Omed, stand up. Also one big applause for Omed. Also he really had most of the work was, most of the supervising work, I should say, was done by him.
Thank you very much, Irmgard. So we kind of see that we all go into a particular, and I think the right direction, concerning giving people early on the experience of practical work, encourage them to involve themselves into project, gain self-confidence and so forth. And I think we do really need to start really early, so that once people reach to the university level, they are much more capable, self-confident and experimental when they get to us. Anyway, so before I keep talking.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, our next presenter is from Spain, from the University of La Laguna. She is an astrophysicist and specializing in integral field spectroscopy and adaptive optics. Today, she is going to show us observatories and instrumentation.
Okay, good afternoon. Thanks very much to the organizers for inviting me to give this talk today here and fit my talk in the program. Well, I'm introducing today a different phase of a place in Europe that is commonly known as a tourist place, okay? Receiving a few millions of tourists every year, okay? And also, I'm talking about natural resources that is there from the beginning of the beginning, okay? That is the sky, the universe, that has fascinated to humans from the dawn of civilization. I am Begoña García Lorenzo. I am from the Instituto. I am a researcher at the Instituto de Astrofísica de Canarias and also at the University of La Laguna, and I am the coordinator of the Network for Astronomical Infrastructures in Spain. It's not here, better. Okay, to explore the universe, we have built observatories across the world. I here just some lighting, some of them, okay, that are generally located in regions with good conditions for observing the sky. The top sites for observing the universe, to study the skies in the optical and near infrared, are Hawaii, Hawaii, Chile, and the Canary Islands, where environmental conditions offer exceptionally clear, dark, and stable skies. The Canary Islands are a Spanish archipelago of 8 islands located off the northwest coast of Africa. As I said, it's very well known by tourists. But at these islands, there are 2 worldwide astronomical observatories: the Teide Observatory on the island of Tenerife and the Roque de los Muchachos Observatory on the island of La Palma. But why are there astronomical observatories in these islands? Let's watch this video where we can guess some of the reasons, because we are good for astronomy. We missed the sound, but doesn't matter. There was a nice music behind the video, but you can see the very nice sea of clouds there. This is very important for these islands. There are another image in this video that is important for astronomy, is that the cities are below the sea of clouds, while the observatories are at the top of the mountains, okay? So one of the reasons that make these islands so important for astronomy are, the first is the stable skies, okay? Due to the weak influence of the subtropical jet stream and the surrounding Atlantic Ocean that stabilize the atmospheric turbulence. The second is the high altitude of the islands that allow to place observatories above the sheet of clouds, keeping the humidity low at these levels. And these sheet of clouds also act as a natural masking of the lights from cities. Remember that millions of tourists are there every year. So we have an important light pollution contamination. But the third reason is that the Canary Islands has a very strict law for protect the sky. Okay, the light pollution contamination law is very strict at the Canary Islands and was the first one in the world to protect the skies. These are the views of these astronomical observatories, the Teide and La Palma observatories. And well, the observatories of the Canary Islands are internationally recognized research facilities that bring together more than 20 countries, about 40 astronomical facilities, and over 60 research institutions. At the observatories, there are many state-of-the-art telescopes and instruments, mainly dedicated to optical and near-infrared astronomy, covering a wide range of scientific topics, from solar physics to high redshift galaxies and cosmology. But we also have we are also observing the sky in other bands, in other spectral bands. For example, we have Sun Cherenkov telescope for high energy astrophysics studies, and also microwave experiments like the Quixote experiment. The observatories are a global reference in solar physics, hosting many solar telescopes from different countries, as you can see in this slide. These telescopes allow scientists to study the solar activity, the magnetic fields, and the solar dynamics with excellent precision. Some of these facilities has allowed to obtain impressive images of the solar surface. Some of them are included in this video that combines ground-based and space-based data, okay, where we see these impressive flares in different parts of the surface, the granularity in the solar surface, etc. The observatories at the Canary Islands have also played a role in the detection of exoplanets. Exoplanets are planets that are orbiting stars beyond the solar system. And we have different small telescope and infrastructure dedicated for that, for the detection and characterization of exoplanets. And this is the flagship of the Observatory of the Canary Islands, is the Gran Telescopio de Canarias. It's the largest optical and near-infrared telescope in the world, with its 10.4 meter main mirror. This is the telescope in action inside the dome. This was a project promoted by Spain in collaboration with some institutions in Mexico and the University of Florida. The telescope started operation in 2009 and has supported the publication of more than 350 papers in top scientific journals. But the observatories are still attracting new infrastructure, and two of the largest incoming is in one hand the European Solar Telescope that will be the largest solar telescope in Europe, with its 4.2 meter main mirror diameter. This is a project led by Spain in collaboration with another 15 countries. The telescope will be installed at the Roque de los Muchachos observatories and will allow to observe the solar surface of the sun and the magnetic fields and the solar dynamics with an unprecedented resolution. The other big infrastructure coming to the observatories is the north node of the Cherenkov telescope array. This project is to study the more explosive and energetic phenomena in the universe, and Well, this is an array of telescopes of different sizes that will be installed at the Observatorio del Roque de los Muchachos also, and it's a project of 32 countries collaborating to put everything together there. Okay, the Canary Islands host these world-class observatories, but the Canary Islands also host the Instituto de Astrofísica de Canarias, that is the Spanish institution managing the observatories, okay? The headquarters of this institution is at La Laguna, that is one of the biggest cities in the island, okay? This is a public research center in which the University of La Laguna play a key role because support the PhD program at the IEC, while the researchers at the IEC also give classes and support the masters in astrophysics at the university. This is the distribution. There are more than 450 people working at the IEC, half of them dedicated to research at different levels, no? Students, postdocs, permanent researchers. And well, you can see here the distribution for, by nationality, gender, position, age, and location. Most of the people are working in La Laguna, in the headquarters, and some of the people in La Palma. Well, the research program at the IEC is very ambitious and is divided in three main research lines: formation and evolution of galaxies, exoplanetary systems, cosmology and astroparticles, solar physics, stellar and interstellar physics, and the Milky Way and local group. Most of the work of the research is an observational astronomy and has not been in other way with the observatories there. But in the last year, we have also important contributions in theoretical works. One of the missions of the IEC is also the development of instrumentation for the telescopes. I have just put here some of the project. We are involved in the development of the adaptive optic systems for the Gran Telescopio de Canarias, but also for the Solar Telescope. We are also building an spectrometer for the cosmic microwave background studies for the Quixote experiment. But with these projects that are that the final place will be our observatories, we are also involved in many other projects related to other observatories and other telescopes, and I have highlighted two of them. We are involved in two of the instruments for the telescope, for the extremely large telescope that is being built at Cerro Almazones in Chile. We are involved in Harmony, that is a first generation instrument for that project, for that telescope, and also in Andes, that is a second generation instrument. The IEC also participates in several instruments for satellites, mainly in topics related to electronics engineering. Okay, and for this instrumental development, the IEC has engineers with the expertise to participate in this project, and we have also infrastructure in the headquarters in La Laguna. And in this video, we also miss the music. You can visit, a virtual visit to the facilities there. We have this mechanical workshop with different computer mechanical, control mechanical machines, where we can build pieces up to 1 meter in size. Each of the pieces are measured in detail in this metrology lab, just to verify that all the requirements are there or not. And we have different labs to put together different pieces and build the different modules that constitute the different part of the instrument. For that, we have the electronics, the mechanics, the optical labs. So next time you fly to Tenerife for your holidays, think that you have this kind of technology there also, that is also a motor of the economy in the island that represent around 3.8% of the economy of the islands. I cannot move faster, okay, but I would like to see the end of the video where you can see a very big workshop where we put together all the different modules, no, to build the full. This is the integration room where we put together the different modules, and we build the full instrument. That when it's verified there in the lab, we move these instruments to the telescope, to the corresponding telescope. This is one instrument for GTC. This is the Quixote experiment, observing the universe in the microwave. Okay, and this is inside the Gran Telescopio de Canarias, and this was the instrument that we saw in the AIV room, and with that we can obtain these fantastic images and whatever. Okay, in the last 10 years or so, the IEC have also promoted this space that is IACTEC, that this is a space for collaboration with high industry, technological industry, and this center is not exactly at the same location that the IEC, but nearby, and is divided in 3 main areas. One of them is devoted to the project office of the telescope, the Solar Telescope and the Cherenkov telescopes array, and the other 2 to medical technology and macro satellites. And just to conclude, here are some of the pillars of the IEC that is also very engaged with education through the University of La Laguna. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to this wonderful institution and these wonderful opportunities you're having there. And I think we all would like to just love to visit. Listen, did you hear this? Thank you very much, Begoña. Are there any questions? Well, I guess we go start physics and then we come back with questions. Okay, say.
Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation and for showing us the wonderful work at the observatory. I don't have a question, it's just like I want to know information, like how or is there any opportunities for a person like me? I study environment and energy to share and work in this wonderful observatory.
So the previous talk was about the contamination, how we measure the data. At the end, we work with a set of data, and we need to analyze the data. No? Now we have, I say at the beginning of the talk, I said that the sky has been there for humanity from the beginning, no? But now we are in risk. Okay, there are several projects that are putting troubles to the sky, to the universe, not only to the observatory, but everybody in the world have take a look to the night, no? And now we have these small satellites, no? Constellations of satellites. In Chile, for example, we have a very risk project that is trying to build an electrical center just 10 kilometers away from the best observatories in the world, that is Paranal. It's very close also to the location of the new telescope, the extremely large telescope, the ELT. So I think everybody, all the community must be there, no, to stop this crazy stuff, no. So, and we can collaborate in this sense, no, because at the end you are specialized in environmental stuff, but this is also environmental, and we are analyzing data, and maybe the way of analyzing the data is very similar, and maybe the instruments is also very similar. At the observatory, we have teams for the characterization of the sky, just to study how it's changing. We also have some studies related to the climate change, no, because, well, the temperature at the island have increased a little. So there are many, many ways of collaborations, I think.
Thank you. We also send out interns. And we receive interns, so that would be a way to interact. So instead of sending the students off for taking classes at a different university in a different country. We in our projects work on receiving people for internships and maybe connecting with our strategic partners, sending the students there too, but also sending out students to have these opportunities like they would never have with us, of course. So this is one great thing about this network that we are in the moment forming with the LatiNet projects. And I think it's really great if we come together in conferences and so forth and talk about opportunities for us and our students to learn. Rolf?
Begoña, thank you so much. I've seen when I visited you last time, or Antonio, right, at the observatory, I saw a lot of abandoned instruments, right, for measuring solar irradiance, for example. You had in one of your cabins, there was a little telescope which could be remotely controlled. Is this something we could revive? And Antonio also wants to do some hydrological research, I think, right? Measurements for the groundwater recharge in the area of the plateau. Is this something we could maybe also get involved into?
I think so. We can find the way of collaboration. No, there are some stuff that depends on the teams, depends on the resources that they get to build that instrument, but for sure we can find ways of collaborating.
So we have, for example, some computer science-oriented, data science-oriented study programs, and we are interested in data, and maybe you are interested in bright students analyzing your data. So maybe we can come up with, together with Frank maybe, establishing, I don't know, right, analyzing data using Python to do some stuff which is related to your atmospheric problems you have, the light pollution, maybe meteorological data we would maybe take, or we can even, I don't know, how you store your data, for example. Do you have large geodatabases? Is this something we could contribute to? Or wireless data transmission through LoRa for long-range measurements of, let's say, the environment around the telescope, and yeah.
Okay, yes, maybe we have more data than students to work with them. So, for example, I collaborating with a team that we call Astro Weather, that is related to the environmental conditions, atmospheric conditions related to observations, okay? Where it's just to predict what are the best conditions for observing and all these things, no? To plan the observations. And we have plenty of data, but we don't have hands to analyze. So I have several projects waiting for the students. So this is a way of collaboration. And the way of well, we have all the data are stored depending on the date of the data. For example, the Astro Weather data are in our own servers. But for example, the astronomical data are available in open places. So, but we have a lot of data. And not only from the Canary Islands, because we have also a very good collaboration with the people at ESO, for example. So we collaborate in these terms of German peoples.
Even German. Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to ask this question, thank you very much, because you asked it for me. But I was a bit scared of asking whether the data are available for data management and so forth, because that's something that Clein in the master program that he teaches always needs. He wants real data to work with, as opposed to some fake data. Yeah. And so I think he is another customer again.
Especially we're looking for challenges and basically like real world examples that we can work with students. So we are very interested in this project-based learning. So yeah, we're definitely interested in projects that we can directly work inside of the lectures together with the students. So that would be awesome.
That was a wonderful transition to the next talk, right? So while we get ready here, thank you very much, Begoña. That was really great. One can see the later the afternoon, the fuller this corner, I guess.
You're going to present?
Yeah, well, whatever. Well, okay. So you get the students ready, so to say. Find them. Can I still go to the back? So I'm afraid to break the news to you. No party yet. So one more talk and then we go to the coffee break. Huh?
I cannot hear it.
One more talk.
There's a coffee break or no?
Yeah, one more talk, mine, and then coffee break. Don't worry, I'm not going to I hope I'm not going to keep you long. With me too.
After
So anyway, I think we just get started. Let myself introduce you a little bit because that is why I'm actually doing what I'm doing. My history. I'm a biologist originally in the field of developmental biology and molecular biology, especially plant organelle interactions. Plant organelles are mitochondria and chloroplasts for the non-biologists. And I studied in the University of Hohenheim, followed by the University of Tübingen. But then I took the opportunity to go as an exchange student to the United States. I was always interested in working in an international environment, basically. So we founded the IASTE organization, or I founded it in Tübingen, whereby we could send students abroad for internships and could receive students for internships. And so I sent myself off too, logically. So I went for a semester, or no, actually a year, to the University of Oregon to study there. And well, I was one of the very normal students, you know, you do what you have to do. When you take a seminar, you give one seminar, and then you're done for the semester, and so forth. So I get there, and I'm in my first class and want to take a seminar, and then topics are given out, and people are asking basically who wants to cover this topic, and of course I kind of stay back a little bit at first, and then I see one guy for the third time, I want to do it, and I go, what's wrong with this guy? You know, you have to do one. Why is he here for the third time? And I go like, something is different here. Well, anyway, then I signed up for classes and so forth, and I took this molecular genetics class, graduate level. And I go like, well, a little bit of genetics wouldn't hurt me. And I go to this class, and I don't understand cells. I didn't understand anything. So I meet the professor in the elevator, like 2 or 3 weeks later, oh, you're from Germany, and how do you like my class, basically? And I go like, I don't even understand the topic. He found that very funny, and so he invited me to his lab to work with them and there in order to get to know the subject area. So he immediately kind of took over, asked me whether I want to join into the lab. That was kind of unheard of. When I saw my professor the first time in Tübingen personally, it was when I did my Vordiplom. Before that, I didn't see that guy. So anyway, that's a very different attitude that they had there. So at the end of this course, I was, of course, not really ready to write the exam yet. And so he gave me a paper to write. Until today, I remember the paper. Taillessness in mice. Anyway, so, and then he said, well, you got now a really good grade, but my condition is that next term, you're going to teach this class. I go like, wow. So I was more or less first a teaching assistant, and I got to teach a number of classes, and boy, did I learn the subject area. So I learned my lesson. You learn much more if you're a teacher than if you're a student, that's for sure. So I got the idea people and students have to be more involved in the teaching process. And as much as it scared me at the time, I did learn a lot. And what did I do for my PhD? I worked in genetics, basically, not in human genetics as in this class, but in terms of nuclear genetics of the nucleus combined with genetics of the mitochondria and chloroplast. So there's always something that gets stuck in your mind. Anyway, so basically, that's why, besides my interest in biology, and I really lit up yesterday when I saw this photosynthesis and so forth, I am very interested in working internationally. That's why the project LatiNetPrax. I also worked in a university in Peru as a visiting professor for 8 years, and also in Nicaragua. Of course, I have a particular interest in this area of the world, but I also got to think about it, that we actually can learn from each other. And that's sort of also what triggered me. And so we started writing projects, and one of the centers of my interest are now improving teaching at the university, giving students more responsible roles in the learning process, and creating the materials to help them to do so. So our group is, like next to me, it's Clein, that also will be part of the presentation today. You heard a talk by Shreya today, the Sinful project, which helped me a lot, so I can talk more about myself rather than of our motivation to do this type of teaching. Then Magdalena, that you will see in a workshop before, and you heard her also in the project of Nitrate Scouts. Jan, who is always part of the crew. Harley, who's always, he's not even on there, part of the crew. And of course, all of our students that are sitting now. Some of them are sitting now here in the first row. And I, of course, forgot Rolf, but Rolf is never to be forgotten. Rolf actually signed the project and is actively participating in everything, whether that's fact-finding missions, whether that's conferences, no matter what. He's very instrumental, and he lets me use him as an instrument. So anyway, so we want to develop new experimentation spaces or new methods, which first of all are of course experimental, but we are always experimenting. The learning and the teaching process should have a lot of plasticity, depending on the student group, their background, I mean, it's just not something that's very static. You should always be able to adapt. And also, we want that our university graduates, when they go to their new working place, they are not scared to death, but they deal with the challenge, and they get self-confidence during the process of university education. So, I read a number of papers on this, and I saw that we are not the only ones who think in this direction. For example, the Ministry of Employment and Social Affairs, they have a similar concept, or they try out a similar concept, whereby they look for new experimentation methods and possibilities where employers can work together, potentially with universities and other institutions, to prepare the students for a more and more global working market. Because nowadays you don't only have to consider what a German employer wants you to do, but the German employer thinks of expanding his activities maybe to Latin America, another place on the planet, and he also needs to know how things work there. So we were thinking of a number of more project-based course formats, which are, as we heard today, I think there was a question today, it's extremely difficult to do that in our university setting. The Green FabLab is a wonderful exception where we can do other things, but already when I worked in Kleve teaching biotechnology, I realized I cannot work easily with the groups because there were all these tables and you couldn't move them around, so it was very difficult to work in groups, so they sat next to each other, screaming at the person at the end, basically. So I realized that the setting at the university doesn't encourage this type of teaching that we try to get to. So we can do other things. First of all, it's good to take the students out of the university, because the minute they enter the university, they enter a passive role. And that's not good. I know how they got there, but we have to get them out of there. They immediately have to basically know that they are part of the process. So what can we do? Besides the ordinary lecture and let's say also lab experiences that they can gain, but it's all very fixed. We have to think of other possibilities. Fortunately, in our faculty, we have the interdisciplinary projects, which allow us to meet the students for one semester in their 5th semester when they are already quite advanced, and do projects with them. And not only is it students from one area, but it's students from all the different areas that we have at the faculty, which we have designers, artists, logistics people, informatics people, we have psychologists, we have business people. So we have all these abilities and disciplines. And so they can, if they work all together and learn to work together, we've already heard the difficulties between social sciences and natural sciences to talk to each other. And here we have people from totally different horizons, but also from totally different parts of the world, because 60% of our students are international students. So they can learn to work together. And during one semester, they can get to know each other in a very different way than if they sit next to each other, or of course their friend from their country or so in classwork. Then we can do summer schools, which we already did we've heard it already. For example, in Chile, Clein gave this talk this morning. For example, in Colombia, but we can do it here and integrate it into our study areas here also. Then we can do hackathons. You also heard about hackathons today. So I'm very glad that the idea is picked up by quite a number of people, which we can do basically at the weekend, so they don't have to be very long. We can include our strategic partners to do the hackathons. Actual problems of this particular company or of an NGO or whatever can be tackled. Then we can do very particular challenges, which depending on the challenge can be of different lengths. For example, we heard a talk of Land, that they have this wonderful robot, veggie, I guess they call it, or something like that, where they have alternative methods to cultivate. So one robot is cultivating different species at the same time. The harvesting is also at different times. When the crop is ready, it's going to be harvested, and immediately a new crop is going to be planted. They may use electrical current for examination of weeds. But there's a lot of challenges they still have that are not yet quite resolved. They know where they want to go, but why not include students in the thinking process, in the developing and designing and developing process? So, and then there's of course our collaboration with partners from Latin America, where we want them to be part of all this. So here we see just a few images. That was a hackathon that we have had for master students, our master students here in data science, basically. And this was our partner university of one of our DAD projects, EduNet, at the Han University in the Netherlands. And here we had students from the Han University, our international gang from the master studies here, and also worked with a strategic partner from the region from the Netherlands. And they all met together and got to solve different challenges. And here we see the summer school. We talked about it already. La Coro at the O'Higgins University. And our crew came with us and gave workshops at the summer school. Very intensified learning in this with the students from Chile, which of course is not that much of an international setting, but anyway, for us it was a very worthwhile experience. They had a really good organization, very, very interesting topics in the morning for oral presentations, and each afternoon there was a series of 5 different workshops for an entire week. Now let's get to the interdisciplinary project, which is in the moment my favorite. So we did, I did already participate in several, but we had 2 already here in the Green Fab Lab. Actually there were more, but 2 where I participated. So we had the Co-Lab Garden project in winter term 23-24, and the Tiny Lab in 24-25. If you look out there, you can see the Co-Lab Garden project, basically the little greenhouse on the left. The idea was to install a farm bot there, and then when we actually, before even getting there, we figured, hey, it's winter, and the greenhouse is absolutely flooded. It was more like a swimming pool rather than a greenhouse, so we figured we have to do something about it. So a drainage system had to be dug. And then also, well, where the hell to go with all this water? So we figured, okay, this is the Green Fab Lab, we're gonna make a nice pond that then takes access for water, and the water can also be reused for watering. So the idea was formed basically. So what we do with the IPs, or with, we actually, the professors or the members of the faculty have a type of a competition. So they go and introduce in 3 minutes or something like that, or 5 minutes, they introduce their projects and hope they get students, right? They earn 10 ECTS for it, so it's really worthwhile doing something like that, besides that it's fun. So anyway, so we are actually challenged, we are in competition with each other to get participants for our IP project. So that's what we did, and we got, to begin with, about 16 students or something. Some dropped off in the end out of different reasons, so like 2 or so, and we got going on this project. So the other one was then a year later, where we figured, okay, we always need a little laboratory here. We have very little lab space here. We can't do it around the corner. It's just not enough space. Let's build a little tiny lab, basically, where we can do some simple soil and water analysis. So that was the idea then in the coming year. So also the idea of tiny houses are very popular these days. A lot of people basically are interested in a tiny house because, after all, it has some unique opportunities that you do not have if you live in one of these student dorms or in one of these very limited apartment spaces. Also, you can be out in nature. I hope you don't contaminate the ground. So that's why this project doesn't only involve a tiny lab, but it also involves basically water recycling, a water recycling system. Then, of course, you need energy. Let's say you're in a remote place, then you need to be independent in your energy, sort of the island problem. And so, of course, we need renewable energy too. And then we'd like to have a smart automation group doing so that we can decide, well, we can check the temperature, how warm it is, or we need the fridge on now, or we need the stove on now, or control the whole system, because of course students have to go off to classes, so they need to control what's going on in their tiny lab. No, yeah. So we ended up in the first year in 23-24 with 14 students. They installed themselves into different chores or projects, and they interacted, of course, needed to interact with each other, because first of all, we had to do the drainage so that they could at least enter the greenhouse to install the farm bot, basically. So first they worked together in order to make it possible to at least enter the greenhouse and do the installation of the robot, and others then worked on the pond in order to have a drainage system going. So here we can see very nice drainage all around the greenhouse, and then finally, one can see it easily here because it's underneath the tubing leading to the pond, and that worked very, very nicely, and then the students starting installing the farm bot. We figured sometimes the interaction with the student wasn't perfect. I sometimes had the feeling I have to be at 3 ends at the same time. So it was difficult to execute the project. And so I figured, something has to change. It's always also a problem. Generally, the idea is to have a student supervising it and coordinating it all, but nobody wanted to do the dirty work. So we figured, okay, even though the project was such a success, they also gained the 3rd medal in the poster competition. Anyway, so we figured, okay, it was a great, I think what they achieved was good, but how they achieved it could have been a bit smoother in the process. So we tried to, talk later on about what we changed between the two projects. Anyway, we had a similar group of students, 16. We had 4 different groups for the different tasks. So one interior group, you see that little trailer out here, to build basically the water and soil laboratory. Another group to install the automation system. A 3rd group to design and install the renewable energy system, and another group to do the water recycling system. And now I'll try to hand over to the team. Begoña is the organizer of the team.
Okay, so okay, this is the project going on this year, the interdisciplinary project, and it's about building the tiny lab, as Professor presented to you till now. this year actually we will talk about the changes made from the last IP to this year. And one of the changes was the fact that every group now had some student advisors, which maybe had more experience on certain fields, as let's say on the interior part, as we have here Julian, and he's very good at building, and also he actually is very professional at it, because he also has owns an Ausbildung certificate on it, so it was a very big help for the students, for example. But we had other students which didn't have a diploma on such thing, but they gain experience from previous projects here in the university. Okay, so now Julian can talk about the interior part of the Tiny Lab, and every other students for their group work.
I'm Julian, and well, I was the advisor for the interior part of the project, and I have a little bit of professional experience in construction as well as woodworking, and even more so in well, personal experience. And when we got the trailer, it was not necessarily too nice to look at or anything else. Really dark, and I guess someone used it just as a trailer for festivals or whatever. There was a couch and a bed in it. Someone, I guess they slept at festivals in the trailer, and we got it. Yeah. Power outlets were not necessarily in great places for any kind of, well, lab or tiny house or whatever, and the material for the walls were OSB boards, which are not necessarily the nicest. I mean, for health, color, or just working in general. And since we needed to change the position of the outlets anyway, we ripped out all the walls. Insulation, as you can see, was not the nicest as well. But, well, money and time were a bit tight, I guess, and we put new walls in there. The electrical group did all the wiring and changed the outlet positions. And, well, we started construction in the for the rest of the interior. We planned the interior, did all the floor plan, and, well, you can see the kitchen with the, yeah, well, the kitchen is not yet in there. It's still standing in the workshop. Yeah, shelving is in there. If you want to, you can take a look at it. It's really nice. And yeah, now we're just waiting to close some leaks on the roof, and then we can paint and actually construct the interior.
Yeah, you see, they have to also deal with drawbacks, right? If you ever moved in or bought a house, you start and looks everything nice, but then you realize there is more work to it than you originally thought. But anyway, that's also a skill you need to learn, not to be frustrated, but to see how do we fix the problem. So the interior group got to work, and now the energy group would
yeah.
to tell you what.
So I was part of this IP as well. I was taking part, and I was the supervisor, or the supervisor of the energy group. So what we basically did is we needed to supply energy to this movable tiny house, wherever it was. Since it's not going to have a big use, it's probably going to be only students. I don't think any student is going to stay there until 3 a.m. doing analysis. So we went for a very moderate renewable energy installation. It's 3.2 kilowatt batteries, so it's enough for lights, some heating, some power outlets, but you cannot start there a Hoover or something like that. For that, it needs to be connected to the grid. So what we actually did is we made the small circuits for the lights and all of these things, and the bigger outlets was another circuit connected to the grid whenever the tiny house is gonna stay located here. So we included solar panels. They are supposed to be mounted in the wall or there, and then also a wind turbine in case, you know, in Germany it gets really clouded sometimes. So if we have an occasion of a practical week or something and a lot of students are going to be there, we probably need the wind. you can actually see they're turning right now. So it's actually working all the time. It's a really good thing. And yeah, we also did all the electrical installation inside. I think you saw it in the previous picture. That was a tough part because, well, mostly we didn't have any experience with electrical engineering and wiring. Luckily, the father of one of the students is an electrician in Duisburg, and he came and he helped us a lot. He explained everything, all the rules in Germany. For cutting every wire, you need a specific tool for that specific wire, and you cannot do it any other way, because then if not, it doesn't comply with the rules, so you cannot actually start it. So we had to learn, I don't know, maybe 20 regulations, get 15 tools. This was like the toughest part to do, but now it's all finished and it's working. We're just waiting to have the kitchen there and everything, and we'll install the batteries and it will be done.
Yeah, again, challenge. First of all, we didn't quite have the money to buy a bigger system, okay, then we work grid and basically renewable energy together. But anyway, since you're maybe not familiar with German laws, nowadays you can install one of these balcony power stations without much of a permit, but it will help your energy bill, which is going up and up and up. And I wanted as a learning experience that all the students would be able to install such a small balcony power station. Now we can see how the dorms will be looking next year. But anyway, so that was also one of the lessons, take-home lessons that I wanted the students to have, so that they get familiar with the technology, also with basic methods, like in the interior, basically. How do you have to treat a drywall before you can put paint on it? Yeah, you need Grundierung, what we say in Germany. All these very tiny aspects, but the students, how should they know that all these aspects are important until they do it? Same like with us. So I hand.
Hi all. Yeah, hi. And as you can see, I'm the water treatment group, and this is one part of the project, and along with this we were doing rainwater collection and then purification. We have a prefabricated system inside the container, and also the main task. As you guys can see here, it's the constructed wetland that we're building for our treatment of a grey water system. So the water being used inside the trailer is collected and then filtered and then processed into the pond, which is safe for the pond level. So it's a non-potable uses. I mean, it's not for drinking, it's just for non-potable uses. So basically, as you can see, we build a constructed wetland. To be specific, we use different layers of substance of material, gravel, sand, lava mulch, and then some foam. Along with that, plants basically, and specifically for Germany. So we install the plants, as you cannot see here, but they are there. And yeah, the water goes through it and then passes into the pond and comes out clean. And that's basically it, and that's what my team and me and the other 4 did. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, and finally the Faith is going to introduce the home automation system.
So, I am part of the automation group. We were tasked to generate a schematic for how we imagine the system would look like. And this is how it is. We used a Raspberry Pi to host Home Assistant on it. And on Home Assistant, we basically connect all of the different devices we have to it. And we have basically sensors. We have a whole weather station outside. It's mounted on the wind turbine. And we have automation scripts to handle all of the lights, the switches inside, and even there is a leakage sensor that automatically turns off the water pipe, the water inlet. But yeah, yeah, that's all. We also have every data collected from all the sensors is being transferred into a database, and this database is used to generate a dashboard for future references. And the data is either from the weather station or data inside the trailer itself, so temperature sensor, humidity sensor, or electricity usage. Also, we have a motion sensor, but this is for automation. So yeah, that's all. That's all we have.
Great.
Thank you.
Let me see. So, but you might want to stay for a second, because you guys were, I mean, a very important part that the groups had to interact with each other. And they had to basically finish by a certain time in the future. So they had to make a Gantt chart and share this Gantt chart, because if one group needs to wait 4 weeks for the next one to do the next step, that doesn't help. It's not instrumental for the progress of the work. So everybody made a Gantt chart, every group, but then we used the best Gantt chart that was created by the automation group in order for the students to interact with each other and see their deadlines.
Yes, so to make time management and tasks align, I took all of the Gantt charts from all the 4 groups and merged them into one big interactive Gantt chart. And it's basically a link that everybody can access and filter towards their own group. But yeah,
so
that's it.
That worked really wonderful,
yeah.
Because that was also one of the weak points of the former semester, that people had to wait until the other one were done. We encouraged them then to help them so that they would get there faster, but still it wasn't an optimal solution. And then we also figured, okay, we need basically a new approach to the coordination, and we also figured students sometimes are hesitant to come to us, so to say, as main supervisors, and we figured, okay, they need layers in between. We already had one layer basically in between the year before, but it seemed necessary that the students could get help at any time. So we had basically a student coordinator coordinate all the different groups and also the groups that help the students, and then me as a person here, as the main coordinator, I was always there, but there was always somebody available for them, which then they don't have to wait until next Thursday when we all meet again, but can get an immediate answer. We also figured that they do need, in order to interact good and in order to see their own progress and in order to solve crucial problems and so forth, or misunderstanding, we need not only to week at one particular day weekly, they could come of course anytime they wanted, because this is necessary for the progress, but also that every week every group gave a presentation on their progress, so that everybody was filled in, where are they now, when can we get to it, and also that we can immediately solve questions. So that was a very important thing. Before that, they often said, we don't have time right now because it's getting dark. Of course, winter is a bad time to do outside work. But we figured, okay, as soon as it's dark, we meet for the weekly presentation. Everybody gets to present their project. As we said, we also knew that they needed this interactive Gantt chart, so that at any point in time, they could basically see, okay, when do we have to be done, or do we get done on time for the next group to step in? And also this time, I figured, okay, we all, before last year's project, we went and bought all the things. That is not very good, that's not very instrumental. They need to check themselves, okay, here's my budget, here is my task, how I get with this budget to where I want to go. So sometimes you have to see, well, maybe we have to go for a cheaper version, or in this case it's really important to take the more expensive version. If I get a wrong part, a wrong coupling, I have to return it, basically. So, of course, we helped them with logistics. Julian helped them a lot with his car and drove them around, but still they have to make the decisions. What do they need? And they have to make the right decisions. We cannot have a ton of sand here sitting around here. So it was very important that this time they basically did the budget tracking and getting all the parts that they need themselves, because the learning experience was much better. As I said, we also changed a little bit basically the system, whereby in the first year we had our students, the different groups, and there was one supervisor that was already advanced, not quite student anymore. One of our, the people like Harley and Jan and so forth, but they're already, for those students, they are already quite a bit above. So sometimes they even don't dare asking them. And then that was me as the main supervisor. And so we figured maybe we still need a layer in between. And as we already said, students learn a lot by being teachers themselves in the SINFOR project, but also in the LatiNet project. So we chose from the students somebody who had a bit more experience. And this, I mean, we didn't really announce this as the person who is going to do it, but it was a natural process, because they just had a bit more experience. Some of them had already been working somewhere before or had a different type of education, but anyway, so they got involved, and most of them, or except for one, I guess, were also students at the same time. So, no, actually you were all students at the same time. And then we had the supervisors that were sitting here last time, basically above them, so that if they couldn't solve a problem, then they could always discuss with the level above. And finally, when I did the weekly coordinations and so forth, I could always say, okay, this group maybe needs a bit more help or something like that by the supervisors. And then we had a coordinator also from the students from last year. So Fationa took part in the IP last year, so she knew about the challenges and she knew about the weaknesses of certain things. So she stepped in and coordinated the action. It's of course a lot of students involved, but that's the idea. We're at the university, right? So it proved to be very good, this new arrangement. The students had a lot of fun doing it. They brought their fathers. It wasn't the only father, the electrician. We also had another father, actually two more fathers coming in. They heard at home, so the students were enthusiastic about their, I need to keep my time. The students were very enthusiastic about their project and told at home, and the parents felt they wanted to be part of it, the dads at least. And they brought cookies every time, they baked every time, so it was a really great interaction. They really had fun until the hot spiced wine on Christmas. Okay, so anyway, almost done. So future directions, we want to still scale up on project-based learning, want to experience new learning spaces too, new learning methods, and we want to do much more collaborations with partners, strategic partners, be that now from economy, industry, or city governments and so forth. We want to include much more our South American partners, for example, in an IP. And we want to have also students, which was also in Shreya's talk this morning, students getting involved in the design of the teaching methods. I think I don't have to say much for this. I think it got clear during the talk, and now Clein will tell a little bit about these famous teaching nuggets.
So I will be very, very quick. Yeah, super quick. The idea of the teaching nuggets, we discussed this during the last environmental conference, and I will try to briefly describe it here, is to have just like self-contained material. So we want to basically create material that we can share easily, and material that a student can basically take on their own pace, so to say it. And sorry for a second. And that is important because in our university, a lot of the students have an international background. We already talked about the gentrification. So in this case, it's not because of tourism, but just for the university per se. Prices are getting more expensive. The students need to work. Visa has also the problem that they need to get certain amount of money per year in order to get a visa extension, and so on and so on. So those are basically characteristics that make for them more difficult also to continue with their studies, and therefore having, for example, learning nuggets that they can access while they are not directly coming to the university, or maybe having some kind of hybrid teaching on that sense, help us with that, and at the same time it's very good for the collaboration. So yeah, this is just a super quick summary of this slide.
I guess with this we'd just like to thank you for your patience that we have gone so long before the coffee break. Are there any questions? Antonio.
Give a bit more of detail of the teaching nugget.
So a little bit of more detail about the teaching nugget. So the idea started first to generate something really similar to Coursera. So where we basically have a mixture of videos and extra materials together with activities like self-evaluations or exercises that they could, for example, work with notebooks and stuff like that. And we started with this project together with the Han University and also with us, trying to generate this material by ourselves. We realized that it was a lot of effort, and without having basically people specialized on the marketing part, on really doing the whole storytelling, we were not really reaching anywhere. So what we decided on that point was to change it a bit, and then just start looking for extra material. It didn't have to be generating our own videos, but maybe a nice video from the internet where it's actually explaining the things that you want to explain, the things that they want to grasp, and then just generating this project-based instead. So just taking the learning environment just in a project-oriented way, and as everything else was basically giving in terms of videos plus, let's say, Jupyter Notebooks, which is basically like a journal that you have on your computer, where you can run code and labels at the same time, so you have the whole description inside. When you integrate those two, basically students can go through the learning without a lot of problems. So one example of that is we had this semester for the master students the course Advanced Topics of Artificial Intelligence, where we basically did all of the learning with learning nuggets generated together with Han. And basically the whole course was about training for a hackathon. So they had all the material of all the building blocks that they needed to get the experience to work on that hackathon, and then the hackathon was part of the evaluation, and at the end is just discussions, lessons learned, and basically like a small report on what they learned.
Yeah, I'm glad you asked this question, because I took his time away. Anyway, thank you very much, and we really like to work on this together with you. I mean, you all probably have similar, especially Antonio, a lot of ideas what we still could include and improve, and we are all for it, and we are ready to discuss and work together with your students, basically doing an IP on two different ends. Doing the same thing maybe, or part, a group from there is taking over part of a design or whatever from that students then realize here. Okay, thank you very much for your patience. Now you finally get to your afternoon tea. And then we're gonna have a workshop with Magdalena.